Chapter 1085. There had never been a good method to transport Gu immortals across regions. I want you to take me to read a book. W less than W. 1 because Gu immortals had little need in this aspect. When Gu masters become immortals, because of the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions, they would become Gu immortals of each region. For example, Northern Plains Gu immortals, Central Continents Gu immortals, and so on. Gu immortals had a strong sense of region. Foreign Gu immortals were easily ostracized. Towards the end of the Battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing were chased by southern border Gu immortals. This could be seen. In this regard, East Ocean was relatively open-minded. The concept of region was not important. The most important thing was that the Gu immortals' immortal aperture would land in the outside world once in a while and absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize itself. At this time, there were strict requirements for the chi of heaven and earth. If Northern Plains Gu immortals placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent's world and absorbed Central Continent's heaven and earth chi, it would be detrimental. The third reason was the calamity. Gu immortals faced calamities and tribulations constantly. Who would have the time to run around? What was he doing in the outer realms? Unless it was an extremely important matter, like a great immortal opportunity with a clear clue, or an important mission like Feng Jioga's exploration of Northern Plains. There was one thing that needed to be distinguished. Gu immortals traveling across regions had little demand, but immortal Gu and immortal materials were different. The demand in this area was still very high. However, jewel yellow skies had already greatly satisfied these needs. All sorts of reasons led to very few people researching the transportation of Gu immortals across regions. In history, there were no outstanding research achievements. The super Gu formations that Zombie Alliance set up in the various divisions were only used to transport immortal materials. Who would want to research something that was not very useful and thankless? Gu immortals also faced great pressure to survive. Although it had the word immortal in it, it wasn't exactly carefree and easy. Managing the immortal aperture, raising immortal Gu, and dealing with heavenly tribulations were enough to make almost all Gu immortals exhausted. Thus, from ancient times until now, the transportation of Gu immortals across regions was very primitive. It developed very slowly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent sent Gu immortals to Northern Plains to investigate, but they had to forcefully barge through the regional walls of 2 regions. 400 to 500 years later, there would be no need to research the transportation of Gu immortals across regions. Because the 5 regional walls were slowly disappearing, the entire 5 regions would become one. This was a story to be told later, so let's not talk about it for now. In the hall, Feng Yuan suddenly let out a burst of hearty laughter. After probing for so long, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this transaction. To have a clearer understanding of the book I want to read. Feng Yuan, what are you laughing at? Sixth Hair had a bad feeling about this. Because I'm happy. Even though the Super Gu formation could only transport immortal materials, it was enough. As for intelligence, he would put it aside for now. The condition I want is my original physical body. Give him to me first, Feng Yuan said quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about wisdom Gu. If Feng Yuan regained his fleshly body, he would be able to fuse it with his soul. By activating the light of wisdom, he would be able to borrow a trace of wisdom Gu's power. What did that mean? He was like a tiger that had grown wings and soared to the sky in one go. In the past, Feng Yuan had a flaw. He did not have lifespan Gu to feed wisdom Gu. But now, Land Spirit of Xianxia had a large number of lifespan Gu. He was handing them over. Feng Yuan already knew about providence. If he had wisdom Gu's help, how could he resist it? He would be like an eagle flying in the sky or a dragon swimming in the sea. And with the sovereign immortal aperture, oh my God! Sixth Hair sighed in his heart. Just these few factors alone were enough to shake heaven and earth. Shocking the world. If they were used together, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. How could they let the others live? This won't do. Sixth Hair quickly shook his head. Without a physical body, how can Lord Wuxia escape from this predicament? He has a physical body. Feng Yuan laughed. I have plenty of strength path immortal zombies here. We can trade one for one. I guarantee you won't lose out. In fact, the strength path immortal zombies will have more Dao marks than my physical body. You will be making a profit. Make a profit my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless. His expression turned ugly as he stared at Fang Yuan and sneered. I won't beat around the bush, Fang Yuan. How can I not know what you are planning? Oh, it seems you already know about wisdom goo. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. I can sell immortal goo and information, but the physical body cannot. Sixth Hair rejected sternly. His tone was as tough as steel. But who knew that Fang Yuan's expression changed faster than him? Then there is no room for discussion. I won't be sending you off. Fang Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. Why do you want to read this book? Seeing that he was not moving, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He flicked his sleeves and left. He was about to enter the back hall. Sixth Hair came to his senses. He said, Fang Yuan, wait. You agreed? Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. I won't sell the physical body, but we can discuss the rest. Sixth Hair insisted. Fang Yuan snorted. He quickly turned around and was about to leave Sixth Hair's sight through the side door. Sixth Hair quickly followed. A transaction requires both parties to be willing. Fang Yuan, why are you forcing me? If I am harmed, you will be harmed as well. Fang Yuan stopped, but this time, he did not even turn around. He directly faced Sixth Hair with the back of his head. It was very rude. Sixth Hair only heard Fang Yuan say, You are right. But so what if I am harmed? At most, I will just die. Sixth Hair walked a few steps. Catching up to Fang Yuan, he urged, Fang Yuan, why are you saying this? Who would believe you if you are deceiving yourself? Are you willing to die? With our shadow sect outside, how much hostility and attacks would we attract? Without us, how long can you live freely? Do you think you can deal with Providence? Even my main body had planned for 100,000 years, but it failed. Right now, we are facing a great enemy. Why are you doing this? Noisy. A sword wave suddenly appeared around Fang Yuan. Rank 7 sword wave immortal goo. Sixth Hair was forced back. He quickly said, Careful, careful. Don't touch the immortal goo, you will destroy my arrangements. If the land spirit of Xianxia finds out, neither of us will have a good ending. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, taking a step forward. The physical body is my condition. If it cannot be met, there is no point in talking. I will give you 3 days. Go back and discuss with your Lord Wuxia. Sixth Hair stomped his feet. 3 days? Fang Yuan, you know that Lord Wuxia is in danger. We need to make full use of every second. Fang Yuan moved further away. His voice could be heard. It is good that you are aware of this. Agree quickly. After the transaction, you will need some time to refine goo with immortal materials, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression. He gritted his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan, killing intent surging. Fang Yuan, don't push your luck. So what if I push my luck? I was not the one who died first. With Xianxia blessed land, I can still live freely for some time. But what about you? Without Wuxia, the demon venerable's main body is trapped in a super dream realm. The great spectral soul demon venerable actually died earlier than me. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed. He passed through the door, his figure vanishing from Sixth Hair's sight. Sixth Hair's eyes were wide open. They were bloodshot. Fang Yuan's shamelessness dealt a heavy blow to him. However, in less than half a day, Sixth Hair found Fang Yuan again. Lord Wuxia agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fang Yuan. He wanted to skin him alive. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly, looking at it from another perspective. Wuxia's situation was not optimistic. This was a good and bad thing. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain the greatest benefits from this transaction, but he also wanted Wuxia to stay outside and attract the firepower for him. Letting the Celestial Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces fight each other was a good idea for Fang Yuan. Let's exchange immortal zombie bodies first, one for one, then we can talk about the next transaction. After Feng Yuan said that, he added, if I see you doing anything to my body, I will not be able to kill you. Don't blame me for falling out. You know, I am someone who has been reborn. Some of my methods come from the future. That is impossible. The transaction will be completed in one go. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool. But Feng Yuan was harder to deal with than him. A moment later, Sixth Hair was defeated. He raised 3 fingers and gritted his teeth. All right, the first transaction is the immortal zombie body. But there are only 2 more transactions. This transaction can only be divided into 3 transactions, and will end in 3 transactions. 3 days later in Xianxia Blessed Land, both sides completed the transaction. Alright, next is the immortal goo. I want all of my immortal goo. Including self-strength, man as before, landscape as before, and so on. Feng Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a strange gaze. So many immortal goo, do Feng Yuan have enough immortal materials to buy them? Feng Yuan smiled. Of course I have enough. A few minutes later. This is your, of course I have enough? You actually casually changed the price we agreed on. The immortal materials you paid can't even buy 30% of the immortal goo. Sixth Hair shouted in anger. The price we agreed on can naturally be discussed. What do you mean casually changing it? I am not casually changing it, I am very sincere. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Sincere your ass. Sixth Hair scolded. Feng Yuan's expression turned stiff. So you don't want to trade? Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sixth Hair was even more furious. You are leaving just because we can't come to an agreement? You are doing this again. I don't care, I won't be the one to die first anyway. Feng Yuan shrugged, knowing that Sixth Hair was going to die. Sixth Hair's expression froze. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt that he was really stupid. Why did he expose his weakness? However, with Feng Yuan's ability, even if he did not say it, he would be able to sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Feng Yuan's asking price was too ruthless. Shadow Sect was not one to be trampled on. In just a few days, after dozens of difficult negotiations, both sides finally came to an agreement. Feng Yuan gave in slightly, but still obtained a great victory. Sixth Hair's face was filled with defeat. His tall and straight body was now hunched. Fortunately, there is still one last time. The third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions. Why did you extend it to 10? Feng Yuan, you shameless bastard, you animal with no bottom line. Don't you have any sense of the big picture? Die, at most, we will all die together. Sixth Hair shouted until his throat was hoarse, blood was flowing out of his nostrils. But Feng Yuan only said one sentence and retorted, I won't be the one to die first anyway. If Wuxia dies, the demon venerable's main body will probably die as well. After all, such a huge dream realm consumes the soul very quickly. Very quickly, very quickly, quickly, Feng Yuan's words lingered in Sixth Hair's mind. Then he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1086. A pool of soul water was dark and gloomy. There were countless ripples on its surface. Wuxia's eyes were wide open. Ghost fire burned in his eyes as he observed the surface of the soul water. In his vision, there was a scene that others could not see. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water. He was half kneeling on the ground. His face was filled with regret and shame. Lord, I have committed a grave sin. During Feng Yuan's tribulation, if I had not used it, I said, this is not your fault. Speaking of which, I used my trump card to increase my luck, allowing Feng Yuan to take advantage of me. Wuxia's voice was transmitted to Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method that Sixth Hair and Wuxia used to communicate. It was a soul path power, but it had the effect of information path. It was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, as well as Xianxia Blessed Land. Not only could they communicate in real time, they could also block the senses of land spirit of Xianxia. Right now, Wuxia was no longer in Feng Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie body. But because this body was old, its immortal aperture was already destroyed, Wuxia only obtained a pure physical body. It was not like the previous Fang Yuan body, which had an aperture and an immortal aperture. This way, it was not convenient for Wuxia to use goo. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they could only live in his skin, blood, flesh, bones and other parts. Not only would their aura leak, enemies could easily detect them, it was also very unsafe. When the physical body was attacked, goo worms would also suffer. Goo worms were very fragile. Wuxia's transaction with Fang Yuan could be said to be a huge loss, but right now, his expression was calm. Instead, he encouraged Sixth Hair, "You did a good job this time. Throughout the transaction, you showed weakness to Fang Yuan, very good. Especially the fainting at the end. If not for your efforts, I would not have obtained the immortal material I wanted." Sixth Hair sighed. "I purposely fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately Fang Yuan did not attack me. Since he knows our background, he will naturally be very cautious. Moreover, we have already transacted many times. Both sides have something on us, and he's also afraid that we'll report him to the land spirit of Xianxia," Wuxia said. This time, he was in a hopeless situation. After thinking it over, he realized that Fang Yuan was the only way out. There was no other way. Before he decided to trade with Fang Yuan, he had already prepared himself mentally. The list of immortal materials that he gave to Fang Yuan was exaggerated in content, and the number was expanded, hiding the immortal materials that he truly wanted. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He struggled in a hopeless situation and found a slim chance of survival. As long as he could overcome this obstacle, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Forget about the other immortal goo. The crucial thing is that not only did Fang Yuan regain his body, he even obtained the spring-autumn cicada. Isn't his current foundation too great? Sixth Hair was still very worried. Wuxia snorted coldly. Even if Fang Yuan got his body, would he dare to use it? The spring and autumn cicada did not have to worry about it either. It had already been sealed and was about to starve to death. Even if Fang Yuan got rid of this problem, spring and autumn cicada itself has a chance of failure. It also contains providence. He will not be able to use it for a long time. Furthermore, the attention of the Celestial Court's goo immortals will also be drawn there. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the worry on his face lessened by a lot. He nodded repeatedly. "Lord is right." Wuxia heaved a long sigh. "Next, you still need to monitor Fang Yuan. You have already been exposed, but Fang Yuan will not touch you. If he cannot be restrained, then so be it, it doesn't matter. He obtained so many immortal goo this time, it is definitely a huge burden. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations have taken away his main focus. I will let him develop. When I gather my strength and save my main body, I will settle the score with him." He had learned from his mistakes. He had experienced many things. Wuxia was maturing rapidly. He learned to give and take, and even more, he learned to endure. He was after all one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had the huge aptitude to become an expert. Torture and setbacks were wealth in life. He was maturing rapidly. Northern Plains, Xianxia blessed land. It had been some time since the transaction with Wuxia ended. Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie body in front of him. He heaved a sigh. "I don't dare to use it." Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After obtaining it, he had used almost all the methods he could currently use to inspect this immortal zombie body thoroughly, but he did not find any problems. But what was Wuxia's origin? What was the origin of Shadow Sect? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, one of the few goo venerables. He had once ruled the world and ruled over all living beings. Could Wuxia, one of his split souls, possess some sort of soul Dao technique and set up this body as a sinister trap? It was highly possible. Fang Yuan and Wuxia's transaction was not restricted by information path from start to finish, because they did not trust each other. And Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to the other parties. If he used information path methods to restrict himself, the other party might secretly undo it, This was even more disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, he could not guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this body mainly to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition and draw the light of wisdom. Thus, he wanted to send his soul into this immortal zombie body. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters involving the soul. Although Fang Yuan did not find any problems, maybe Wuxia did not do anything, it was more likely that this immortal zombie body was hiding a huge problem, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the ancestor of Soul Path. Fang Yuan was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert by using Soul Path in front of him. It seems that I need to inspect this body again. I cannot be too careless. If I am not careful, I might fall into Shadow Sect's trap. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was absolutely sure of his safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or if he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would choose to take the risk. Although I cannot use Wisdom Gu, regaining this body and Spring Autumn Cicada is already an excellent result. Spring Autumn Cicada had always been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card since rebirth. Now that Fang Yuan wanted a body, as his vital Gu, it was fixed in the first aperture, it naturally came along. During the negotiation, when Fang Yuan had just mentioned asking for Spring Autumn Cicada, he was firmly denied by Sixth Hair. He refused to admit that Wuxia had Spring Autumn Cicada. Because they were not restricted by information path, no matter what he said, Fang Yuan could not tell the truth. Lying casually had no consequences. But Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable. He said, "Impossible. If you really don't have it, then refine it. I don't care about anything else, you must return my Spring Autumn Cicada." Fang Yuan played with it without any bottom line. His attitude was extremely firm. Even when Sixth Hair swore and swore with all his might, Fang Yuan's attitude did not change. After a lot of trouble, Fang Yuan regained his body and Spring Autumn Cicada. But there was a problem with Spring Autumn Cicada. It was sealed by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals using a strange method. It was isolated from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew that Spring Autumn Cicada had providence. This was the greatest internal threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring Autumn Cicada both had hidden dangers that could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was very happy. Even if I can't use it as long as it is in my hands, it will be a huge victory. Especially Spring Autumn Cicada, it is a great killing weapon. After getting Spring Autumn Cicada and the body, Fang Yuan asked for fixed immortal travel the second time. But how could Sixth Hair take it out? No matter how forcefully Fang Yuan forced it, it was useless. Moreover, he had guessed that fixed immortal travel was probably destroyed. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could have already used it to escape. Why would he take the initiative to come here and be extorted by Fang Yuan? Of course, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already made a deal. As long as they made the deal, they would be betraying Xianxia sect. Sixth Hair had Fang Yuan's weakness, and the land spirit was pure and stubborn. If this was exposed, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would be useless. Thus, Fang Yuan gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he did not get fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan still obtained a large number of immortal Gu from this transaction. A large number. Among them were Heilolan's Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, and Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu. There were also Tai by Yunxing's Man as before and Landscape as before. Fang Yuan's own Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and Connect Luck Immortal Gu were put into Jewel Yellow Skies and sold. This time, when Jewel Yellow Skies closed, these two Immortal Gu were trapped in Jewel Yellow Skies. As for Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark, and Starlight, they were all destroyed by Fang Yuan's special will. Wuxia could not save them in time. Of course, the above situation might not be the truth. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair's transaction was not restricted by information path. Both sides had probed each other's bottom line. Maybe Wuxia had secretly kept some immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had already tried his best. He could not make Wuxia spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan made a transaction, he would be betraying Xianxia sect once. His dominance would decrease by a little. As for Shadow sect, they would obtain a portion of the immortal materials. Their weakness would decrease by a little. Of course, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. After all, Wuxia's situation was not good. But Fang Yuan did not want Wuxia to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan would be in deep trouble. It was good to have him attracting the firepower. Celestial Court and Shadow Sect could weaken each other. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. Even though Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would definitely try to kill him after he obtained Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. But this was also the reason why Shadow Sect protected him secretly. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew that he was the Ma Hongyun in Shadow Sect's eyes. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It was just that the current situation did not allow them to do so. Since Wuxia took the initiative to make a transaction with Fang Yuan, it meant that he was truly at his wit's end. Fang Yuan had to give him some hope. If he really forced him into a corner and made him give up in despair, Fang Yuan would also be in trouble. He might even be finished. Chapter 1087. A few days later, Xianxia blessed land. Two figures tore through the sky and landed suddenly. This place is very barren. It is suitable for us to spar. The first figure looked around and said leisurely, "What Brother Fang said is absolutely correct." The second figure was a hairy man Gu immortal. He was called 12th Hair. He spoke in a friendly manner and had a cheerful expression. Compared to the other hairy man Gu immortals in Xianxia sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he cultivated refinement path as well as enslavement path. He cultivated refinement path and enslavement path together. Gu immortals dual cultivating was not easy, because almost all Gu immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they undergo immortal ascension, they would use a Gu worm to detonate their immortal aperture, and their main path would be fixed at that moment. After that, when they undergo tribulations, the Dao marks gained would mostly be of their main path. But in this world, there were many Gu immortals who dual cultivated rank 6 or 7. They cultivated one path while cultivating another path. Such Gu immortals often had fortuitous encounters and had immortal Gu that were suitable for dual cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength immortal Gu could devour Strength Path immortal materials to gain Strength Path Dao marks. Gu immortals of other paths could cultivate Strength Path after obtaining it. 12th Hair was no exception. When he was refining Gu in his early years, because of an accident, he obtained a new incomplete Gu from failure. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path Dao marks to his body. This way, he was quite special among all the hairy man Gu immortals. The previous land spirit of Xianxia had taken care of him. Even though refinement path and enslavement path had little relation to each other, he encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating them. Because 12th Hair had enslavement path Dao marks, it would be very helpful in refining enslavement path immortal Gu in the future. The current land spirit of Xianxia looked at him in a new light. But what was important was his battle strength. 12th Hair had enslavement path cultivation. This was a good foundation. The land spirit of Xianxia gave him beast enslavement immortal Gu, intending to nurture him into an enslavement path battle strength expert among the hairy man Gu immortals. A new ruler brought his own subordinates, but 12th Hair was even more popular. He was the favorite of the current land spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan said to these hairy men. It wasn't clear at first. However, after the secret trade with Wuxia, he had obtained quite a lot of information regarding Xianxia blessed land. Although this information was not very valuable, it was still very valuable to Fang Yuan. However, it was of great help to him, allowing him to have a comprehensive understanding of the Xianxia sect. Fang Yuan and 12th Hair both landed on the ground. The ground of Cloud Cover Continent was formed from condensed cloud soil and was pure white. When Xianxia stepped on it, it felt somewhat soft. It felt quite different from ordinary soil. Brother 12th, please. Fong Yuan gestured with his hand. Ha, you Brother Fong, then I won't stand on ceremony. Come out, chestnut yet. 12th Hare laughed loudly. He did a somersault in the air and then knelt on the ground. He slammed his palms on the ground. This posture was like performing a juggling act before suddenly kneeling down and kowtowing to Fong Yuan. Gu immortals paid attention to their demeanor. Human Gu immortals would definitely think of ways to avoid such a shameful thing. But hairy man Gu immortals were different. These hairy man Gu immortals had been nurtured by the previous land spirit of Xianxia. They were all very pure and had extremely low battle strength. Fong Yuan had already gotten used to this. 12th Hare knelt down towards Fong Yuan with an excited expression. Suddenly he froze. He raised his head, looking at Fong Yuan. I'm sorry I failed. No problem. Fong Yuan smiled warmly. Immortal killer moves. Failure is unavoidable. Try again. Yes, yes. 12th Hare nodded. He somersaulted again, and with a loud sound, both his knees and hands touched the ground. There was no movement. After a few breaths of time, 12th Hare stuck out his tongue, licking his lips. Oh my, I failed again. Let me try again. He somersaulted. He knelt down towards Fong Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th Hare was ruthless. He somersaulted. He knelt down towards Fong Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. I'm sorry, please wait a while. 12th Hare greeted Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled warmly. I can understand. Take a look. 12th Hare nodded gratefully, and tried again. He somersaulted. He knelt down towards Fong Yuan. After a few breaths of time, there was no movement. After more than 10 attempts, 12th Hare did not succeed even once. Fong Yuan had yet to make a move, but 12th Hare had already vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Blood was also flowing out of his ears, and his face was turning paler. If the activation of an immortal killer move failed, the Gu immortal would suffer a backlash. Even Fong Yuan could not watch it anymore. He reminded, I have observed it many times, Brother 12th. Your somersaulting seems to be useless against immortal killer moves. Why don't you give it up? Somersaulting? 12th Hare scratched his head, showing an innocent expression. This is a movement I meticulously designed. Don't you think somersaulting first will make me look imposing? Fong Yuan's expression was almost black lines. He could not help but think, your action of proactively kneeling to the enemy is indeed very imposing. However, 12th Hare was an obedient child who knew his mistakes. Since Brother Fong thinks it is inappropriate, I will change it. Thereupon, 12th Hare no longer somersaulted. Instead, he knelt down towards Fong Yuan. After a few breaths of time, he stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying unwillingly, let me try again. After a few attempts, a blue gem light suddenly shone from 12th Hare's hands. The light quickly spread, and the ground was dyed into a blue lake. The lake water gushed out, and a bull-shaped desolate beast stepped on a huge wave, charging towards Fong Yuan. Swoosh! The blue lake water washed to the shore, and the giant bull stepped on solid ground, raising its head and roaring. The formless sound wave squeezed the air and created a whirlwind out of nowhere. The giant bull's entire body was greenish-black. Its head was heavy and big, and its mouth was square and thick. A pair of horns stabbed diagonally into the sky from both sides, and the distance between them was very large. The cow's chest was very wide, and its abdomen was also very large, but it gradually became slimmer at the back of the waist. His body was big at the front and small at the back. The bottom of the body and the forelegs. They were all covered with a thick layer of long hair, almost reaching the ground. The tail behind his buttocks was thick and big, like a brown broom. Without a doubt, this giant bull was majestic and mighty, and the effect of its entrance was excellent. It was domineering and awe-inspiring, forming a sharp contrast with 12th Hare's previous performance. It's just Fong Yuan didn't care at all. Although the chestnut yak was a desolate beast, it was famous for its low combat strength. This was the main impression that many Gu immortals had towards it. However, the taste of beef was unique. It could be eaten raw, just like eating chestnuts. This was also the origin of its name. Of course, among the desolate beasts, the chestnut yak's battle strength was not the weakest. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast, which Feng Yuan was currently raising, was the desolate beast-level dragonfish. You finally used it. 12th Hare was overjoyed. He pointed at Feng Yuan and shouted, "Chestnut yak, charge!" The chestnut yak raised its head and roared again. But it did not move. 12th Hare's face was filled with awkwardness, as if he was holding back his anger. He ordered again, "Charge, charge, charge, you stupid bull!" The chestnut yak then began to charge. The distance between it and Feng Yuan was very short, and after a few steps, it arrived in front of Feng Yuan. A strong wind blew towards them. The chestnut yak's body was huge. When it charged, it was like 4 buses stacked on top of each other. It was quite powerful. Feng Yuan laughed lightly. In his immortal aperture, change form immortal Gu flew up first. All kinds of mortal supplementary Gu worms also flew up, revolving around change form immortal Gu. Immortal transformation path killer move, flying bear transformation. Light suddenly blossomed. The intense light forced 12th Hare to close his eyes. 12th Hare quickly activated his investigative Gu. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of transparent crystal as he opened them again. The light had not faded yet. But 12th Hare could clearly see the scene in the battlefield. The chestnut yak also collided with a giant beast. This giant beast's body was even bigger than it. The chestnut yak's charge was in vain. At this time, the light faded, revealing the giant beast's true appearance. This was a giant bear. Its body was thick and fat. Its body was covered in short and thick white fur, as white as snow. It had 4 sharp claws, a short tail, and its body was curled up like a huge snow-white pom-pom. It actually looked a little cute. This was the desolate beast flying bear that Feng Yuan had transformed into. The chestnut yak saw this flying bear and immediately stared with its eyes wide open. Its aura instantly fell to rock bottom. It gave a miserable cry and actually turned around to run away. 12th Hare saw this and angrily scolded, "You cowardly yak, you are still a desolate beast, damn it, come at me." He activated his enslavement path method. The chestnut yak ran for a long distance before it was enslaved by 12th Hare again. It turned around and charged towards Feng Yuan's flying bear transformation. The chestnut yak was a herbivorous desolate beast. It had a gentle nature. This chestnut yak was raised by the previous land spirit of Xianxia. His goal was to use its meat as an immortal material for Gu refinement. And because of the Shadow Sect's sudden attack, the other desolate beasts in Xianxia Blessed Land had all died. Thus, 12th Hare first used this chestnut yak to practice. Feng Yuan did not move until the yak was in front of him. He exerted strength in his limbs and moved. Whoosh! The flying bear's huge body did not slow down its speed. It easily dodged. The chestnut yak and the flying bear brushed past each other. The flying bear opened its mouth and roared, suddenly turning around and leaping up. Looking down from above, the flying bear stretched out its right claw and slammed down on the chestnut yak's back. There was an intense vibration. White cloud soil was sent flying everywhere. The chestnut yak was heavily injured. It was slammed into the ground by the flying bear's attack. The originally flat ground had turned into a huge crater. In the blink of an eye, the chestnut yak was completely defeated. It laid motionlessly in the crater, its eyes revealing a terrified expression. Its body was trembling. Chapter 1088. The chestnut yak was slapped into the pit by Feng Yuan and didn't dare to climb out again. 12th Hare tried his best, but he couldn't get the chestnut yak to get up and fight again. Not desolate beasts, not Gu immortals. Feng Yuan shook his head inwardly, dispelling the immortal killer move. In the blink of an eye, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From the light, Feng Yuan's figure slowly descended until he landed on the ground. This time, I've lost again. Brother Feng is really amazing. 12th Hare tried hard for a long time, but to no avail. He could only cup his fists and admit defeat to Feng Yuan. He had sparred with Fang Yuan several times. At first, after he lost, he still refused to admit defeat and was a little stubborn. But after so many times, he was already numb to it. Losing was normal, but winning was abnormal. Brother 12th, you need to practice this immortal killer move more. As for this chestnut yak, it's weak and timid. It's best to change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan casually gave some advice. 12th Hare nodded and sighed. Isn't it because Jewel Yellow Skies is closed? When it reopens, I will immediately go there and buy a dire beast that can fight. This yak had been raised to the point where it had lost its wild nature. I had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. However, I have to bear the cost of purchasing the desolate beasts myself. This was the rule after the establishment of the sect. Sigh, my beast enslavement immortal goo is not mine, I still need to pay the sect a fee. Let's not talk anymore, I need to rush back to refine goo and try to sell more immortal yuan stone. Then I won't see you out. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th Hare put away the chestnut yak and left in a hurry. All right, 20 contribution points. I got it again. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hare's departing figure, feeling a slight joy in his heart. These days, not only was he sparring with 12th Hare, he was also sparring with other hairy man goo immortals. They all had similar interactions. It turned out that Fang Yuan and 6th Hare made a secret deal. Although the deal was over, 6th Hare repeatedly took the initiative to go to Yunqing guarded by Fang Yuan, which was a small flaw. Even though Fang Yuan joined Xianxia sect and became an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man goo immortals. After all, the current human race was very powerful. Hairy men were a branch of the variant humans. They had been persecuted by the human race in history. Fang Yuan was one of them. But the hairy man goo immortals kept their distance from him. Why did 6th Hare suddenly take the initiative to visit Fang Yuan? This aroused many doubts. To make up for this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hare intentionally or unintentionally revealed to the other hairy man goo immortals that he was looking for Fang Yuan to raise his battle strength. Because of the Shadow Sect's attack and this tribulation, he felt that he had a huge weakness in terms of battle strength. He wanted to make up for it, so he sought out the human goo immortal Fang Yuan for guidance. In order to increase the degree of credibility, 6th Hare even took the initiative to spar with the other hairy man goo immortals, defeating them one by one. 6th Hare was a traitor of Xianxia sect. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had deep battle attainment. If he displayed just a bit of his true strength, he could easily defeat everyone. This matter caused a huge commotion in the hairy man goo immortal circle. Even the land spirit of Xianxia had heard of it. He affirmed 6th Hare's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged the other hairy man goo immortals. He also sought guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, hairy man goo immortals had very low battle strength. This had always been the sore point of the land spirit of Xianxia. After 6th Hare, other hairy man goo immortals came to spar with him. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan understood 6th Hare's intention. He warmly welcomed the other hairy man goo immortals. Because to Fang Yuan, there were only benefits and no harm. Firstly, he needed to rely on Xianxia sect for a long time. His cultivation would be smoother and his tribulation would be safer. Thus, it was necessary to have a good relationship with these hairy man goo immortals. Secondly, like 6th Hare, Fang Yuan also needed to cooperate and make up for the flaws in this transaction. Finally, Fang Yuan needed Xianxia sect's sect contribution points. From now on, he needed to ask the land spirit of Xianxia for help and borrow Xianxia sect's strength. He could not negotiate with the land spirit of Xianxia every time. Earlier, he could transact with the land spirit of Xianxia because the land spirit of Xianxia wanted his Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. From now on, if he wanted Xianxia sect to work for him, he would need to use sect contribution points. This was Xianxia sect's rule. Even the land spirit of Xianxia obeyed it. The land spirit of Xianxia had issued sect missions earlier. One of them was to guide hairy man goo immortals and raise their battle strength. Even the land spirit of Xianxia was not suitable for this mission. Fang Yuan was the only suitable candidate. These last few days, Fang Yuan guided many hairy man goo immortals. The response was very enthusiastic. Even if the subsequent hairy man Gu immortals did not get good results, they did not blame Fang Yuan, they found their own reasons. On one hand, Sixth Hair had set an example, on the other hand, Fang Yuan knew about these hairy men and used his exquisite communication skills to interact with them passionately. This caused the hairy man Gu immortals' impression of Fang Yuan to change greatly. As for why Fang Yuan knew about these hairy man Gu immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of information about Xianxia blessed land from Shadow Sect during the transactions. Fang Yuan calculated, this way, my sect contribution points are over 140. This is really a good deal. Every time he guided them, Fang Yuan would get 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fang Yuan lent out Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he only got 200 to 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a portion of the flowing light fruits. With this thought, Fang Yuan rushed towards the first cloud city. When he arrived at the first cloud city, he saw the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia sized up Fang Yuan, praising, as expected of change form immortal Gu. When you transform into a hairy man Gu immortal, there are almost no flaws, unless I use investigative immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan arrived, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Along the way, he activated change form immortal Gu and turned into a hairy man Gu immortal. His motive was obvious, he wanted to get close to the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia had the ideology of hairy democracy. When he saw Fang Yuan, he smiled and praised change form immortal Gu. In fact, his impression of Fang Yuan became even more pleasing to the eye, he felt much better. Fang Yuan, however, sighed with a tone of pity. This transformation is not complete, although I have change form immortal Gu, I lack eternal Gu. If I had eternal Gu, I would be able to completely transform into a hairy man and truly integrate into Xianxia sect, becoming a member of the hairy men. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but these last days, I have interacted with the other hairy man Gu immortals and had a deep feeling about it. Us human Gu immortals are all crafty and guarded against each other. But hairy men are honest, united and warm. This is a true home. I am already starting to feel nostalgic about this place. The land spirit of Xianxia heard this and laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Oh Fang Yuan, it is good that you have such awareness. If he knew that Fang Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect a few days ago and did not report the traitor of Xianxia sect, he would definitely skin Fang Yuan alive. But unfortunately, the land spirit of Xianxia did not know about this. I have seen your performance these last days. You guided those children and caused their battle strength to rise by a lot, especially Sixth Hair. Not bad, not bad. These last days, I have heard good things about you from other hairy man Gu immortals. What matter do you have for coming here? The land spirit of Xianxia asked. I want to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fang Yuan answered. This is a small matter. As long as you have enough contribution points, there will be no problem in exchanging for flowing light fruits. The land spirit of Xianxia waved his hand generously. Fang Yuan pretended to be hesitant. I have some insignificant opinions about Xianxia sect's development. I wonder if I should say them? Go ahead, I am listening. The land spirit of Xianxia squinted his eyes and smiled. Fang Yuan said, These last days, I have sparred with many hairy man Gu immortals and gained some insights. The battle strength of hairy man Gu immortals needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise it is a problem. Because almost everyone cultivates refinement path. Although refinement path has offensive methods, they are not as strong as other paths. The land spirit of Xianxia nodded. Fang Yuan's words had touched the bottom of his heart. He could not help but sigh. This is what I am worried about. Fang Yuan continued. Actually, there is a good way to raise battle strength rapidly, that is transformation path. Transformation path? That's right. Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Looking at all the Gu cultivation paths, the path that can raise battle strength rapidly is naturally blood path. But blood path is extremely harmful, it is a huge threat to others. In the cultivation world, its reputation is completely ruined, everyone wants to beat it up. Moreover, if we cultivate Blood Path to a higher level, we will need to enter the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board that will expose us. Thus, Blood Path is not a good choice. You are right. The land spirit of Xianxia nodded in agreement. Actually, he himself was quite wary of Blood Path. If Hairy Man Gu immortals cultivated Blood Path, he would be worried that it would cause conflicts and hidden dangers within Xianxia sect. Feng Yuan continued to speak. Other than Blood Path, the path that can raise battle strength the fastest is Transformation Path. The threshold for Transformation Path is very low. Immortal killer moves do not need planning. Any transformation is an immortal killer move. Ordinary immortal killer moves need at least several years of planning. And Xianxia sect has a large number of Immortal Gu recipes, among which are Transformation Path Immortal Gu recipes. They have many Immortal Gu recipes but few Immortal Killer moves. Hairy Man Gu immortals mainly cultivate Refinement Path while also cultivating Transformation Path. They can make use of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Hairy Man Gu immortals are simple and honest. Raising their battle strength is not something that can be done in a day. If they transform into desolate beasts, they have thick skin and flesh. Even if they make a few mistakes in battle, it is not a problem. They can turn the situation around and fight again. They are not like other paths like Fire Path and Water Path, where the human body is extremely fragile and has no defensive methods. It is very dangerous on the battlefield. Transformation Path Immortal Gu recipes are easy to deduce. Immortal materials are easy to obtain. Thus Immortal Gu are also easy to refine. Chapter 1089. Feng Yuan's words were reasonable. Land spirit of Xianxia nodded repeatedly. That's right, he praised. I wouldn't dare. This is just my humble opinion. Feng Yuan was modest. Land spirit was naive. He did not understand Feng Yuan's modesty. He shook his head and retorted, "No, this is not a humble opinion, it is an insightful opinion. Your words are a great inspiration to me and also a great contribution to Xianxia sect." Originally, according to Xianxia sect's rules, just this contribution would raise your status by 1 level. For example, 6th hair would be promoted to 5th hair. But you are not a true Hairy Man Gu immortal yet, so you can only get 200 sect contribution points. At the end, Land Spirit of Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan and sighed in regret. Feng Yuan's face also showed an extremely regretful expression. He was only an external elder now. He did not need to do any missions. He would get 10 sect contribution points every month. But the other Hairy Man Gu immortals had good roots. They would get much more in this aspect every month. Moreover, the higher the rank of the Hairy Man Gu immortal, the more sect contribution points they would get every month. I really want to become a true hairy man. Feng Yuan sighed. His face was filled with sincerity, as if he really wanted to. Land Spirit of Xianxia said, "It is a pity that Jewel Yellow Skies is closed now. Once it reopens, I will conduct a large-scale purchase of desolate beasts in the market." Regarding this, I also have a humble opinion. Feng Yuan quickly said, "There are many Hairy Man Gu immortals. To nurture them, no matter how big our sect is, we cannot afford such expenditure. This is not the orthodox way of doing business. I suggest we create our own resources." How do we create our own resources? Land Spirit of Xianxia asked. Feng Yuan answered, "Very simple, we will occupy the resources of the 5 regions outside world like other super forces." Land Spirit of Xianxia showed a difficult expression. He had this idea before. He had carefully considered the pros and cons. He felt it was not a good idea. The reason was very clear. The hairy men were variant humans. In the current situation, they could not be seen. Even though there were variant human forces in Northern Plains. The most obvious example was the Inkman city. But this Inkman city only had 1 Inkman Gu immortal on the surface. Moreover, in history, Inkman city's ancestor, Immortal Yen Yen, also paid a heavy price. Only then did he reach an agreement with the giant Sun Immortal. Due to these 2 factors, Inkman City managed to survive in the cracks of countless powerful human forces. If such a hairy man force appeared, and so many hairy man Gu immortals appeared, It would definitely challenge the mental state of the current human Gu immortals. This was a huge violation of their bottom line. Whether it was the righteous Tao, demonic Tao, or loose immortal forces, none of them would allow such a powerful force to exist. Although the land spirit of Xianxia was simple, it was not stupid. Even though he wholeheartedly wanted the hairy men to rule the world, he could still see the current situation clearly. But Feng Yuan had already expected such a reaction from the land spirit of Xianxia. He continued, "First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting Xianxia sect to compete with other human forces for the outside world's resources. Instead, we will occupy the resources that they do not have and continue to develop in secret." Land spirit of Xianxia realized, "You are talking about those dangerous forbidden areas?" Northern Plains was vast, but the super forces had already divided up those cultivation resources. The remaining ones were mainly the 10 great fierce lands. First Supreme Elder is wise. Feng Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up. He had an expression of admiration. Although the 10 great fierce lands are dangerous, they also contain abundant fortuitous encounters. In my opinion, Earth Trench is very good. We can set up a teleportation Gu formation inside, allowing the hairy man Gu immortals to freely travel between the Blessed Land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. It is suitable for the hairy man Gu immortals to train in combat. Moreover, after killing these desolate beasts, we can use the local materials to refine transformation path immortal Gu. We can even use beast enslavement immortal Gu to enslave these desolate beasts. We can make use of them and strengthen the Blessed Land's defenses. One of the crucial points in this matter was the teleportation Gu formation. Specifically speaking, it was a Gu formation that could teleport Gu immortals. Xianxia sect undoubtedly had such a method, because Feng Yuan had rushed over from southern border earlier. He had used the teleportation Gu formation under Feng Bo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and arrive at Xianxia Blessed Land. That teleportation Gu formation had left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. Land spirit of Xianxia fell into deep thought. "This is an important matter, let me think about it." "I am just saying it is an important matter in the sect. Of course, it is up to you, First Supreme Elder, to make the decision. If my suggestion is wrong, I hope First Supreme Elder can forgive me." Feng Yuan knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he changed the topic to the flowing light fruits. After a while, he took away a large number of flowing light fruits from land spirit of Xianxia's hands. After bidding farewell to the land spirit, he returned to his cloud city, and the first thing he did was to deal with these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure lumps of light. If an ordinary person used their hands to hold them, the light would only pass through their hands. They had to use special methods to collect these fruits. These fruits were not like ordinary fruits that grew on plants, but were formed purely from dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of all colors, so flowing light fruits were the same. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and so on. Flowing light fruits were the fodder of attitude Gu. The reason why Feng Yuan wanted flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transaction, the number of immortal Gu in Feng Yuan's hands had increased sharply, reaching an astonishing level. Let's make a calculation. Rank 9 Immortal Gu, Wisdom Gu. Rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu, Wisdom Sword Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Change Soul Gu, Sword Eyebrows Gu, Wave Sword Gu, Sword Escape Gu, Calamity Beckoning Gu. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery Gu, Woman's Heart Gu, Blood Asset Gu, Dark Limit Gu, Dog Shit Luck Gu, Change Form Gu, Strength Chi Gu, Self-Strength Gu, Flying Bear Strength Gu, Pulling Mountain Gu, Pulling Water Gu, Landscape as Before Gu, Man as Before Gu, Star Eyes Gu. Among them, Woman's Heart Gu was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land by Feng Yuan to refine Bo Qing's Sword Path Gu before the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain. He used the light of wisdom to construct a Gu formation. Unravel Mystery Gu and Woman's Heart Gu were part of it. But Unravel Mystery Gu was only used for a while in the initial stage before it was removed by Feng Yuan. Woman's heart goo, however, needed to be kept in the goo formation until Bo Qing's sword path immortal goo was refined successfully. Precisely because of this, after the Battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan used Xianxia sect's strength to move all the resources in the two blessed lands. Woman's heart also followed him to Xianxia blessed land, eventually ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. As for Connect Luck Goo and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo that originally belonged to Fang Yuan, because Wuxia sold them to Jewel Yellow Skies during the transaction. He could not obtain them. After the transaction, it was even more impossible for Fang Yuan to take them back. Among the Star Path Goo worms, only Star Eyes ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The other immortal goo like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Thought were all wasted in Wuxia's hands. It was unknown if they were still around. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, graceful chaotic duel stage disintegrated, many goo worms were destroyed, but some goo worms were left in the immortal zombie's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was not familiar with these goo worms. He could not even remember their appearances. Because of amnesia, he did not know how many were kept by Wuxia. It was not that Fang Yuan did not think of snatching these goo worms. But before he could do that, Wuxia had already ended the transaction. Normally speaking, immortal goo valued quality over quantity. Forget about mortal goo. No matter how many mortal goo there were, goo immortals could raise them all. Immortal goo were an important factor in determining a goo immortal's strength. Very few goo immortals could raise as many immortal goo as Fang Yuan. Even the current rank 8 goo immortals did not have as many as Fang Yuan. This was not an exaggeration. Most goo immortals only needed to raise 2 or 3 immortal goo. Of course, these immortal goo had to match their rank. Because one immortal goo could be used with a large number of mortal goo to use different immortal killer moves. They could form different effects, including offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. But just one immortal goo was not enough. Because when a goo immortal only had one immortal goo, they could only use one immortal killer move. A defensive killer move would be used. They would have no offensive methods. They would also lose their movement methods. They could only take hits passively. They had offense but no defense. Goo immortals were too dangerous. They needed at least 2 immortal goo that could be used at the same time. They had to be comprehensive. If they used more than 3 immortal goo, the immortal goo would become a burden. Normally speaking, they could neither raise nor use them. After all, activating immortal goo would expend immortal essence. There were very few cases of people using rank 7 immortal goo like Fang Yuan. His experience was a special case. He was different from most goo immortals. When goo immortals chose immortal goo, they had to choose carefully. The carefully here did not just refer to quantity, it also restricted the range of the immortal goo. A fire path goo immortal would naturally choose fire path immortal goo. If they chose water path or ice path, they would be asking for trouble. Even if there were immortal goo of other paths, they would at most be supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. Immortal goo valued quality over quantity. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. As long as one was a goo immortal, almost everyone knew this. But to Fang Yuan, this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was big enough, there was no need to worry about space. Time was fast enough, resources could be regenerated quickly. These were all potential. Fang Yuan had already seen clearly that he had the potential to raise large numbers of immortal goo. Since it was potential, he had to excavate it as much as possible. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was earning money every day. His current financial situation was very good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. The 1 year here referred to the immortal aperture's time. In the outside world's time, it was 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This was already a huge amount, even the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. But compared to Fang Yuan's monthly profits, the difference was even greater. It was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. This meant that Fang Yuan had the capital to raise immortal goo. Moreover, Xianxia sect was an external force, he could rely on it to a certain extent. With these 3 reasons added together, Fang Yuan was determined to raise immortal goo on a large scale, to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, be it against providence or calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan had to ensure his strength. A Gu Immortal's battle strength mostly came from Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Right now, Fang Yuan had few Immortal Killer moves, Wisdom Gu could not be used, deductions required too much time, Fang Yuan could only focus on Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of Wuxia's plan. He wanted to give these Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan so that Fang Yuan's burden would be extremely heavy, Fang Yuan's attention would be diverted, and he would not be able to pay attention to Shadow Sect's movements. But Fang Yuan needed a large number of Immortal Gu to ensure his battle strength. He also had the potential and capital to raise these Immortal Gu. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. Chapter 1090. Most of Fang Yuan's attention had entered the immortal aperture. Swoosh! Large numbers of light path mortal Gu flew in the air, bringing the flowing light fruits along as they flew into the sky. After passing through layers of heavens, after a long flight, these flowing light fruits finally arrived at the top layer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan placed all the flowing light fruits into the top layer. Although there are many space path Dao marks in the immortal aperture, I cannot use space path Dao marks to teleport like land spirits. After all, there is a huge difference between Gu immortals and land spirits. Land spirits are unique existences formed from the combination of heavenly power and Gu immortals' obsessions. The sovereign immortal aperture is huge. It seems I need to set up a teleportation Gu formation in the future to move resources, adjust the structure and make arrangements. Fang Yuan's thoughts were scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the top layer of the sky. Fang Yuan mobilized Gu worms, bringing the flowing light fruits to their designated locations. Puff, puff, puff. At the next moment, light explosions could be heard. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after another. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but when they self-detonated, the sky was filled with colorful aurora lights. It was extremely beautiful. The essence of these flowing light fruits was the condensation and concentration of aurora lights. The reason why Fang Yuan collected these flowing light fruits was to feed Attitude Gu. But why did he self-detonate these flowing light fruits? As it turned out, although the quantity of this batch of flowing light fruits was not small, but it was far from enough to feed Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was a rank 8 immortal Gu, although the feeding interval was very long. However, the number of flowing light fruits needed to be consumed every time they were fed was enormous. This was the normal state of feeding Gu worms. Normally speaking, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the more food it needed to feed, but the feeding interval was also longer. There were 9 ranks of Gu worms. Rank 8 was second only to rank 9. Attitude Gu's food was a huge amount. Thus, Fang Yuan collected these flowing light fruits in order to accumulate fruits with fruits. Next, he self-detonated 80% of these fruits. Only 20% of the fruit was left. He allowed them to float high in the sky, nourished by the aurora that filled the sky. As for the light path mortal Gu that brought them here, Fang Yuan stored them all for future use. Originally, my sect contribution points weren't much, but I didn't expect that my suggestion would cause the land spirit of Xianxia to take the initiative to increase my sect contribution points. Using these sect contribution points to exchange for the flowing light fruits, I immediately obtained a satisfactory number. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of mortal Gu, dazzling light Gu, to allow this aurora light to grow. Dazzling light Gu could burst out with a bright red aurora. It needed to maintain their survival. Fang Yuan wanted to add more food for them here. It was called the Grand Yen Stone. However, Xianxia Sect's storehouse did not have these 2 items. Fang Yuan had to wait for jewel yellow skies to open again in order to carry out this plan. Moreover, dazzling light Gu is only the simplest method to increase aurora light. It is not efficient. In the jewel yellow skies, there were also Gu immortals who directly sold flowing light fruits. I remember that among them were strange cloud devourer guests, Qing Huizi and Fairy Kai Xia. Maybe I can ask them for advice. I can pay a price and buy their business experience. Of course, whether this matter succeeds or not, it will depend on the other party's opinion. There was still a long time before Attitude Gu would be hungry. Fang Yuan's action was to prepare for a rainy day and make arrangements in advance. After all, Attitude Gu's appetite was too huge. If he made hasty preparations, it would be disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. In the current situation, Fang Yuan was quite calm. After all, he had a lot of immortal Gu, but most of them had not reached the time to be fed. Moreover, the first earthly calamity had just ended. There was still plenty of time. Next, Fang Yuan planned to properly accumulate his foundation and focus on managing his immortal aperture. The feeding of Attitude Gu has already begun. But this Attitude Gu is not mine, it contains He Lulan's will. Now, it is clear that He Lulan betrayed the alliance agreement and sided with Wuxia. Then, some of the information path alliance agreements on me will be undone. This way, I can directly refine this Attitude Gu and turn it into my own rank 8 immortal Gu. Speaking of which, Attitude Gu was one of Fang Yuan's recent huge gains. Even when Fang Yuan borrowed the Gu from He Lulan, he had not thought that Attitude Gu would fall into his hands one day. But to refine Attitude Gu was not a simple matter. Because Attitude Gu was not a wild immortal Gu, it was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. In contrast, Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 Gu immortal. If he wanted to forcefully refine someone else's rank 8 immortal Gu, not only would it be extremely difficult, he might even destroy Attitude Gu. But I have a method that can help me refine other people's rank 8 immortal Gu. That is the Gu formation that I had thought of before. I will call it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fang Yuan casually gave it a name. He did not care about these minor details. He only gave this Gu formation a name now. Back then, he stole many sword path immortal Gu from immortal zombie Bo Qing. To refine them, he used the light of wisdom and star thoughts to deduce and design the wisdom refinement formation. Using the light of wisdom, with woman's heart and unravel mystery as the cores and large numbers of mortal Gu as supplementary, he could construct the wisdom refinement formation. Change soul immortal Gu, sword eyebrows immortal Gu, flying sword immortal Gu, sword escape immortal Gu, wave sword immortal Gu, as well as the rank 8 wisdom sword immortal Gu, were all refined by the wisdom refinement formation for Fang Yuan. But the problem now was that wisdom Gu did not acknowledge Fang Yuan. Without the light of wisdom, how could he set up the wisdom refinement formation? But to activate the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's body and soul had to fuse into one and obtain wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. So this problem came back to the previous point, that was Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. Refining Attitude Gu and turning it into his own immortal Gu, this plan could only be put on hold for now. Fang Yuan's next plan was to feed Wisdom Sword immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was like Attitude Gu, it was also a rank 8 immortal Gu. It belonged to Sword Path, and could also be considered Wisdom Path. Wisdom Sword cuts the threads of love. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing used this immortal Gu to cut the Wisdom Path Dao marks planted in his body by Love Gu, breaking free and regaining his freedom. He even used this plan to rebel against Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao, turning her into his own. This Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu could be said to have helped Bo Qing turn defeat into victory. And now, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu had already been refined by Fang Yuan. It was in his hands. But in the current situation, it was quite difficult for Fang Yuan to use it. Fang Yuan could barely use rank 7 Immortal Gu. If Green Grape Immortal Essence was used to activate Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu, using an example from Earth, it was like installing 1 or 2 AA batteries on an aircraft carrier. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was a very orthodox rank 8 Immortal Gu. It needed rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate. From this, one could see the outstanding aspect of Attitude Gu. Although they were both rank 8 Immortal Gu, Attitude Gu could be activated with mental strength, and rank 6 Gu Immortals could use it freely. As expected of a legendary Immortal Gu recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu needs multicolored Overlord flowers as food. This flower is extremely huge. Every matured multicolored overlord flower can cover an area of 1,000 li. For each flower to mature, it needs large amounts of light, dense sweet air, and pearl soil. This was very difficult. It was much more difficult than the flowing light fruit. Flowing light fruit was only a rank 6 immortal material, but multicolored flowers were rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to plant multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The first was light. It was very difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had over 100 light path Dao marks. It was filled with light, unlike his immortal zombie dead aperture, which was completely dark. But this light was not enough to satisfy the multicolored flower's requirements, unless he used the aurora lights of the flowing light fruits. But if he did that, the flowing light fruits plan would be completely ruined. Light was expended, especially when those aurora lights did not have an origin. The most fundamental solution was to add more light path Dao marks to the immortal aperture. The immortal apertures of light path Gu immortals with deep accumulations were usually filled with endless light. But for Fang Yuan to achieve this in a short period of time, other than hoping for the next earthly calamity to be a light path tribulation, he had to kill light path Gu immortals and absorb their Dao marks. The former relied on providence. It was not reliable at all. The latter was dangerous and also unreliable. Everyone understood the principle of danger and danger in battle. Back then, when he killed Qi Zai, Fang Yuan was chased by Qi Zai. Qi Zai looked down on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face to kill him, leaving his corpse and soul intact. The first condition, light, was the most difficult to solve. The other 2 were sweet air and pearl soil. There were many ways to obtain them, especially pearl soil. It was sold on a large scale in jewel yellow skies. It was not expensive. Of course, Langya Blessed Land did not have it. These were just the plans to feed Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu. It was enough to trouble Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the feeding of rank 9 Wisdom Gu had already been taken over by the land spirit of Langya. Wisdom Gu's food was Lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he himself had to fight for food with Wisdom Gu. The feeding of rank 8 Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu has already been arranged. Next is the rank 7 Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, and Calamity Beckoning. Fang Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Gu with the black blood of the 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 snake heads. Fang Yuan had once purchased snake bones from jewel yellow skies, but now, for the long term, he planned to move several desolate beast snakes into his immortal aperture to reproduce. As for the other rank 7s, they all had their own feeding plans. Fang Yuan needed to arrange and plan them well. Of course, Fang Yuan did not forget that Chu Du still had his rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. He would leave it to Chu Du to feed. In any case, Chu Du was concerned about Fang Yuan's tribulation method. How could he starve flying sword Immortal Gu? Chapter 1091. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Kingdom's capital. There was a hubbub of voices. The national competition had already entered the final stage. On the battle stage, the final 2 Gu masters were fighting intensely, vying for the throne of victory. The surrounding hairy men were all supporting one of them, because the other was Guyue Fangjing. He was a pure human Gu master. He naturally could not obtain the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair Kingdom's king, who was watching this battle from the high platform, frowned. He did not want the winner of the first national competition to be a human Gu master. Wouldn't this make the other 2 kingdoms laugh their heads off? They would even think that Black Hair Kingdom was lacking in talent, allowing a human Gu master to easily become famous. If Fangjing won, it would severely damage Black Hair Kingdom's political benefits. Thus, the Black Hair Kingdom's king had already made arrangements in advance and tampered with this battle. He finally did it. The Black Hair Kingdom's king was overjoyed. His eyes shined with bright light. On the battle stage, Fangjing felt dizzy and almost fainted. What's going on? Fangjing turned pale with fright. At the same time, he subconsciously pushed with his hands. With a whoosh, a torrential wave appeared out of nowhere and poured towards his opponent. The one fighting Fangjing was a hairy man rank 5 Fire Path Gu Master. Fangjing's sudden attack gave this hairy man a fright. He immediately jumped into the air to avoid the wave. His furry legs were stepping on 2 lantern-shaped flames, allowing him to float for some time. But precisely because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fangjing. Fangjing recovered, but he still felt extremely dizzy. He was in a terrible state, but he had experienced many setbacks and trials. At that moment, he had already converged his emotions. His expression did not change, and there was nothing wrong with his appearance. The wave came and went quickly. The hairy man rank 5 Gu Master quickly landed from the sky. He was not a flying master. This state of standing in the air made him the best target. Dodging the wave earlier was a last resort. Now, he immediately made up for his weakness. Both sides faced each other again. Fangjing, you've been ambushed. Unknowingly when? Your soul was secretly implanted with a gu worm. Fang Yuan's consciousness revealed the truth to Fangjing. How could this be? Fangjing was shocked and angry. Fang Yuan's will sighed. This soul path gu worm has a faint connection with that black hair emperor on the platform. It seems like he was the one who plotted against you. Damn it! Damn it! Fangjing clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he finally revealed a look of hatred. What's going on? Fangjing's opponent was observant and suddenly saw Fangjing's expression change. Thinking that he was going to use a big move again, he immediately put up his guard. Fang Yuan's will sneered, "Do you believe me now? I told you long ago that the higher-ups of Black Hair Nation would not allow you to win. From start to finish, this competition is a tool for the ruler. Although it claims to be fair on the surface, only a fool would expect it to be fair." You're right. Fangjing gritted his teeth. His eyes were wide open as if they were spewing fire. But I want to win even more. This spirit is still too young, my foolish little brother. Fang Yuan's will could see through Fangjing's unwillingness and sneered inwardly. Actually, the best response was to deliberately lose to the opponent and become second place. This way, he would not be tired and Black Hair Nation's higher-ups would be happy to accept it. This result would not only show that Black Hair Nation had many talents, but also that the emperor was magnanimous and promoted talents regardless of their background. Even human gu masters could be accepted. But Fangjing insisted on getting first place. Not only did he make things difficult for himself, he also made other hairy men hostile towards him. What was the difference between first place and second place? It was a temporary victory or defeat. It was not a crucial turning point in one's life. Was it really so important? But Fang Yuan's will was happy about this. Fangjing had a deep prejudice against him. Only by using external pressure could he get along with Fang Yuan's will and be influenced imperceptibly. And now, Fangjing's choice. The obstruction he caused would be huge and would be greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's training plan. Thus, Fang Yuan's will decided to help Fangjing achieve his wish. He said, "I am only a will. You can only think of ways to get rid of this soul path gu worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured and you cannot use the river swallowing toad anymore. After all, controlling the river swallowing toad to fight will expend a lot of your mental energy. Although you lost this trump card gu worm, you still have a chance of winning. From now on, you need to listen to my instructions." Fangjing gave a muffled snort. Although he was very unhappy, in the current situation, he could only silently agree with Fang Yuan's will. Fangjing himself might not be able to sense it. After these few days of interaction, he was indeed changing. When Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley, he happened to receive a portion of his will. After carefully inspecting and finding no problems, Fang Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like a tide, wrapping around this will and closely communicating with each other. In a short moment, Fang Yuan knew about Fangjing's current situation. Oh, he has already defeated his opponent under the guidance of my will and obtained first place. He is doing quite well. But this way, Black Hair Nation's face will be lost. Ha, interesting. They won the competition but lost even more. The following days will not be easy. However, This will be of great help to my training, won't it? Moreover, I have a backup plan in Steel Thread City that is still being prepared. When Fang Yuan learned of the situation, he once again condensed a lump of his will. The scale was very large, several times more than the will that returned previously. Training Fang Yuan required thinking. This way, his will would continue to be consumed. He had to obtain Fang Yuan's replenishment from time to time. Immediately, Fang Yuan pointed with his finger, and several rank 5 goo worms flew out, protecting this huge lump of will. Then, it flew towards Black Hair Continent. When it flew to the sky of Black Hair Continent, this lump of will split into two. One flew towards Black Hair Imperial Capital, while the other flew towards Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City Lord was the female hairy man who had doted on Fang Jing. Fang Yuan's will quietly entered her mind. It was very easy for a goo immortal to plot against a goo master. The female city lord was handling documents at her desk, meticulously managing the affairs of the city. She did not feel the existence of Fang Yuan's will, nor did she notice that there was a slight bulge in her abdomen. The hidden plan has been set. In the sky above Cloud Cover Continent, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He retracted his gaze leisurely. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals indeed had the aura of an immortal. In the end, it was because the strength of goo immortals far surpassed mortals. Fang Jing's training has already achieved some results, and it is going very smoothly. However, the blood deity immortal goo recipe has not been deduced yet. The problem is still the same wisdom goo. At this time, several days had already passed since Fang Yuan stored the flowing light fruits into his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan felt more and more. There was no trouble with the light of wisdom. But the problem of the immortal zombie body was also being resolved. Fang Yuan knew that his soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect. But he still thought of a solution: increase his soul foundation. This was dealing with myriad changes by remaining unchanged. If his soul went through cultivation and became as powerful as Spectral Soul's main body, then any soul path sneak attacks on his body would not be a problem. Of course, Fang Yuan was still far from becoming Spectral Soul's main body. But Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Wuxia's hands. He was only a split soul. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as his main body. Thus, these days, Fang Yuan had not only been managing his immortal aperture, he had also given pointers to the hairy man goo immortals in battle, earning a large amount of sect contribution points. He had also arranged time to enter Luopa Valley to temper his soul every day, before leaving the valley to use Guts Goo to heal his injuries. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that were praised by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Although it had not even been 10 days, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It had already accumulated quite a lot. But at this time, Fang Yuan still did not have the confidence to test it himself, to test the possible traps in the immortal zombie body. Another day passed. Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley. But he saw an information path goo worm flying towards him. Fang Yuan took a look. It was the land spirit of Xianxia who had summoned him to discuss some important matters. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He had actually been waiting for the reaction of the land spirit of Xianxia these last days. He immediately set off. Not long after, Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a hairy man, returned to the first cloud city. He arrived at the first cloud city. The land spirit of Xianxia called out, "You are here, sit here." Fang Yuan had just sat down when he heard the land spirit of Xianxia say, "I have considered your suggestion for a few days. It is very reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not appropriate. You might not be aware, but Earth Trench is very chaotic now. It is much more lively than before. Large numbers of Northern Plains goo immortals from the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators appear there." Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression, asking even though he already knew the answer, "Why is that?" Because of the Battle of Tian Mountain, the zombie alliance of all regions became empty shells. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also suddenly disappeared, causing many suspicions and probing. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members are dead, The probing Gu immortals and forces saw that the other party did not respond, so they became more daring. Not only did they occupy all of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they even invaded Earth Trench. That is Zombie Alliance's final territory. There are rumors that a Wisdom Path Gu immortal of the Righteous Path deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had directly sunk into Earth Trench and disappeared. The land spirit of Langia replied. So that's it. Feng Yuan had a look of realization. In that case, Earth Trench is a dangerous area. It seems that my earlier suggestion cannot be implemented. While saying this, Feng Yuan thought inwardly, it seems that even though Shadow Sect purposely sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they did leave behind some backup plans. For example, Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. According to Shadow Sect's methods, since they could sink Dark Flow Giant City into Earth Trench, they must have hidden it very well. It will be very difficult for Northern Plains Gu immortals to find it. They might even return empty-handed. The land spirit of Langia continued. The situation in Earth Trench is too complicated, we will not interfere. But your suggestion is very good, I have already decided to adopt it. The current location is also one of the 10 great fierce areas, that is it. Saying this, the land spirit of Langia pointed at a corner of the map. Feng Yuan looked over and saw that the furry finger of the land spirit of Langia was pointing at the lower right corner of Northern Plains. It was at the southeast of the Super Force Guan tribe, and at the northwest of the Huang Jin tribe, Lu tribe. Feng Yuan saw that his expression did not change and was secretly happy. It is here. Chapter 1092. Land Spirit of Langia was referring to Tai Chiu. Feng Yuan's true target was Tai Chiu PBTT. But he could not say it clearly, he could only probe and guide, letting Land Spirit of Langia comprehend the answer himself. Tai Chiu, one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains. Here, there was a type of giant grass growing everywhere. This grass was extremely thick and huge. One stalk was the size of a 100-year-old tree. Tai Chiu was filled with giant grass like this. The huge bushes formed a large primitive jungle. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in the forest. There were even traces of immemorial desolate beasts. Thus, even Gu immortals did not dare to barge in. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. If they were careless and caused a huge commotion, they could cause a beast tide here. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance here in order to possess another body. After that, Feng Yuan and the rest fought intensely in Tai Chiu. This place, you should be familiar with it, right? Land Spirit of Langia looked at Feng Yuan and smiled. Feng Yuan said, I am familiar with it because of Dongfang Naganori's matter. Saying so, he looked at Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia clearly knew about this history. I intend to set up the teleportation Gu formation in Tai Chiu. What do you think? Land Spirit of Langia asked. Feng Yuan pondered. To speak the truth, I do not recommend my sect to set up a Gu formation in Tai Chiu. Because I am familiar with it, I feel that we cannot do that. This place is like a hornet's nest. If we make any big movements, we can cause a beast tide. This beast tide is not a simple mortal beast tide. There will be desolate beasts, or even ancient desolate beasts. There is a possibility of drawing out immemorial desolate beasts. I had an intense battle there earlier. But that was because Dongfang Naganori used an immemorial ruined bat's corpse to set up the stage. The immemorial desolate beast's aura effectively blocked other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was precisely because of this that there was no beast tide. However, after the calamity, the primordial desolate beast's aura had been cleansed. It was immediately divided and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. From this, we can see how terrifying Tai Chiu is. We need to set up a teleportation Gu formation in Tai Chiu. If it is at the periphery of Tai Chiu, we can retreat. But our Gu immortals are also easily discovered by other forces. If we set up a Gu formation inside Tai Chiu, once the battle goes south, our Gu immortals will not be able to escape. Even if he chose an excellent geographical location, he could take care of both. However, if the battle spread even a little, it would lead to a beast tide. It's very easy to be discovered. It's because of this that those super forces don't want to touch Taichio. My sect has even more to worry about. This place is not a good choice. Fang Yuan gave a thorough analysis of the pros and cons. He looked like he was trying his best to persuade him and was very loyal. The land spirit of Xianxia laughed out loud. While smiling, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a while before saying, "Fang Yuan, you said it very well. But don't worry. Look, what's this?" Land spirit of Xianxia handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan like a treasure. After checking, Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked and overjoyed. He cried out involuntarily, This. There was actually such a detailed topographic map of Taichio. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. That's not right. Our sect's foundation is actually so deep. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid they won't believe it. Haha, good lad, you've seen it, haven't you? The land spirit of Xianxia beamed with joy and bounced on the spot. He danced with joy. Impressive. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, his face filled with sincerity and admiration. The land spirit of Xianxia explained excitedly, "This is the result of my main body's repeated actions in order to obtain immortal materials in Taichio. Combined with the deductions of others, I obtained the topographic map of Taichio." So that's it. Fang Yuan showed a look of realization. Actually, he was already aware of it. This information was a small portion of what he had obtained from the transaction with Shadow Sect. Because of this Taichio topographic map, Fang Yuan purposely mentioned Earth Trench. It was to guide the land spirit of Xianxia in this direction. The land spirit of Xianxia pointed at the information path goo worm in Fang Yuan's hands, saying, "This map not only records the terrain of Taichio, it also has the distribution of beast groups." However, there was a huge flaw, and that was that this topographic map was created too long ago. After so many years, Taichio must have undergone many changes. First Supreme Elder is right, I also have such concerns. Fang Yuan quickly added. The land spirit of Xianxia continued, "Aren't you familiar with that place? You are a human goo immortal, and now that you have changed form immortal goo, I want you to make a trip there with this map." Before the land spirit of Xianxia finished speaking, Fang Yuan stood up and said enthusiastically without any hesitation, "First Supreme Elder, please give the order. It is my honor to work for our sect, and it concerns the development of our sect." The land spirit of Xianxia laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down. "Oh Fang Yuan, you are very good, I did not misjudge you. Don't worry, our sect will not mistreat you this time. Act according to the situation. The main thing is to inspect Taichio's terrain and refine this map. If there is a chance, set up an initial teleportation goo formation at a suitable location. Look at this map, there are 3 locations. These 3 locations are marked with the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Inspect these 3 locations, it would be good if you can set up a teleportation goo formation there. Of course, you need to protect yourself and move secretly, even if someone finds you, you cannot expose our sect's existence." The land spirit of Xianxia instructed carefully. Fang Yuan quickly nodded, patting his chest. "First Supreme Elder, don't worry. I will make some preparations and set off immediately." "Good, very good." The land spirit of Xianxia laughed. He was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Xianxia Blessed Land had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan placed Luo Pa Valley, Dang Hun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu here. He could be at ease. Even if there was a traitor in Shadow Sect, it would not affect the overall situation. Sixth Hair could only cause a small commotion, and with the fact that Shadow Sect could barely fend for themselves, they could not attack Xianxia Blessed Land anymore. As for the Celestial Court, even if they found Xianxia Blessed Land, so what? During the 5 regions chaotic war, the Celestial Court attacked Xianxia Blessed Land several times. Eventually, Feng Jioga sacrificed himself to take down Xianxia Blessed Land. Not to mention the current situation where the 5 regional walls were still around. After inspecting the immortal goo, Feng Yuan chose to bring almost all of them with him. As for the immortal zombie body, he brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture could naturally afford to bring it along. Speaking of which, the immortal zombie body was a problem, and the spring-autumn cicada inside was even more troublesome. Spring-autumn cicada was sealed by an unknown method. It could not absorb water from the river of time. It could only starve and move towards destruction. Not only that, spring-autumn cicada also contained providence. Feng Yuan had already learned of this from the previous transaction. He also knew a lot of precious information about providence. The gains were huge. I have the sovereign immortal aperture. This is a small world that is independent from the outside world. But this time, I have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of providence's snow monsters. There will definitely be obstructions when I go out of Taichio. It is similar to when I was rushing from southern border to northern plains. I encountered cloud beasts and Cheese-Eye's pursuit. Feng Yuan understood. He was no longer ignorant about providence. He knew a lot about it. Providence was not invincible. Providence had its own limitations. After understanding providence, the threat of providence decreased by a lot. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamity had a huge increase in power. Feng Yuan knew that this was a sign that providence wanted to get rid of him. However, he had accidentally transcended the tribulation in the northern ice plains, which had helped him greatly. Because a large portion of the earthly calamities were influenced by reckless savages' true meaning and pushed out providence, forming iron crown eagles, ruin bats, and other calamities. And the snow monsters were the true form of providence. They were filled with pure providence. They wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan. They would not rest until Feng Yuan was dead. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning weakened the threat of the snow monsters to a large extent. Right now, these snow monsters were still in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. All of them had providence, similar to spring-autumn cicada. If Feng Yuan wanted to go out, providence's perception would be as obvious as a torch in the darkness. Providence cannot act personally unless it is during a calamity or tribulation. If I go out this time, providence will definitely make arrangements to influence others to kill me. I will deal with it when it comes. Light flickered. At the center of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young Gu immortal appeared out of nowhere. His clothes were white like snow. He was warm like jade. His black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. His black eyes were bottomless. It was Gue, Feng Yuan. I'm out. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his defensive Gu worms and investigative Gu. A large number of investigative methods were activated at once. Scanning his surroundings, he could sense everything within 10,000 steps of him. He was temporarily safe. Ever since Xianxia Blessed Land moved out of Crescent Lake, only the land spirit of Xianxia knew where it was. This was Xianxia Blessed Land's greatest secret. The land spirit did not tell anyone. But he had also set up several teleportation Gu formations outside to allow Gu immortals to enter and leave easily. This response was several times more brilliant than the previous land spirit of Xianxia. Xianxia Blessed Land's teleportation Gu formation was set up at Fengbo Cliff. Right now, Feng Yuan knew the location of the second teleportation Gu formation. It was here, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. Feng Yuan willed. Gu worms flew in his immortal aperture. His body shot up like an arrow, soaring into the sky. His field of vision widened. Looking down, Dragon Elephant Plain entered his eyes. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain. It had an extraordinary aura. Water and grass were lush. Groups of dragon elephants were scattered around, some near, some far away. This was the famous dragon elephant habitat of Northern Plains. It was controlled by a nearby superforce. Chapter 1093. 15 minutes later, Feng Yuan was already far away from Dragon Elephant Plain. There was a large patch of white clouds ahead. Feng Yuan's speed subconsciously slowed down. He was paying more attention to the white clouds now. The last time he was in southern border, he had encountered those annoying cloud beasts. He had learned from his mistakes. Fang Yuan was very vigilant towards any large patch of white clouds. After inspecting for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. There was no problem with this patch of white clouds. He flew into the cloud. His vision was immediately shrouded by a vast expanse of white clouds. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan had other investigative methods. Be it hearing, sound waves, or divine sense, they could allow him to fly freely in the white clouds. He would not be flying around like a headless fly. At Gu Immortal level, mortals had countless methods. They had almost everything. Fang Yuan's speed fell. He stopped all his movement methods. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he mobilized the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of blood path mortal Gu moved like the wind, creating a blood-red whirlwind in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, the core immortal Gu flew up. Rank 6 blood asset immortal Gu. It was like the arrival of a monarch. It had an extraordinary aura. The other mortal Gu were supplementary. In an instant, an immortal killer move was prepared for Fang Yuan, Blood Torrent. Blood light burst out of Fang Yuan's body. It quickly liquefied and turned into surging blood water. The blood water carried Fang Yuan as it tore through the sky, rapidly moving forward. It was extremely fast. It was a completely different concept from before. Fang Yuan wanted to leave Dragon Elephant Plain earlier. That was the territory of Righteous Path Superforces. Thus, he did not use immortal killer moves. Because most immortal killer moves would leak out a strong aura, it would attract attention. On the way out of Dragon Elephant Plain, Fang Yuan had been using all sorts of mortal killer moves. Now that he was far from Dragon Elephant Plain, he could finally use immortal killer moves. His speed rose as he moved rapidly. A long red trail was left behind. It was pulled out, but it was covered by thick clouds. It could not be seen in the outside world. This was the benefit of flying in the clouds. If there were no clouds, Fang Yuan could only conceal his tracks. It was too ostentatious to fly in the air. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had directly penetrated through this vast cloud layer. He had already traversed a distance of several thousand miles. Once they were out of the clouds, Fang Yuan deactivated Blood Current. During this period of time, the Blood Dao Fiend immortals in the 5 regions could not be seen. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Everyone in the blood path wanted to beat him up. They were like street rats. Fang Yuan did not want to attract trouble because of blood path. Especially since Providence was still watching him closely. Unless I modify Blood Torrent so that no one can recognize it. A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, Blood Torrent. He had already improved it once more. While cultivating in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan continued to practice Blood Path and Strength Path killer moves. One day, during practice, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration and modified Blood Torrent. Originally, when Blood Torrent was activated, hundreds of mortal Gu would appear around Fang Yuan, flying around him like a huge ring. After the modification, these mortal Gu were flying around in the immortal aperture. Even though this was a small modification, it made up for a huge flaw. Flying around a Gu immortal could easily be attacked and destroyed by others, but it was very safe inside the immortal aperture. Just based on this point, the improvement was not small. But Blood Torrent was still very powerful. It flew in the air and created a long river of blood. It was hard to not notice it. There was also a thick smell of blood. It was nauseating. If these flaws were not modified, Blood Torrent would not have a wide range of uses. If the Light of Wisdom could be used, Fang Yuan could easily modify it. But as an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan could not be sure of its safety. It was fine if it was covered by clouds, but without clouds, Fang Yuan did not intend to use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan flew into the sky at an angle. Compared to Blood Torrent earlier, his current speed was even faster. Just Sword Escape Immortal Gu alone surpassed a rank 6 Blood Path killer move. Even though with his current cultivation level, using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Sword Escape Immortal Gu would not last long, Fang Yuan was determined to do it. The most important thing for him was speed. Fast, high speed. This was all because of providence. Providence is the will of the heavenly Tao. It takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. It views me as a thorn in its side. But the heavenly Tao has its own rules. Providence has to act according to the rules, thus it is limited. Providence cannot act casually. It can only attack me during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Providence can only plot to kill me. How did Providence plot? It was to influence all living beings. Like back then, when Feng Yuan was in imperial court-blessed land, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will. Providence was vast, it was everywhere, it could naturally influence other living beings. This kind of influence was imperceptible, and it was guided according to the circumstances. Most of the time, it was a momentary lapse of thought. Providence could influence countless living beings at the same time. Every single lapse of thought would influence them again and again, gathering these living beings together and forming a trap. But this way, influencing others and setting up a trap would require time. Thus, Feng Yuan emphasized speed. The faster he was, the less time Providence had to influence other living beings and set up a trap to deal with him. On the way from southern border to northern plains, Feng Yuan did not know this and lacked an effective movement method. Especially at the start, it gave Providence enough time to set up a trap. Now that Feng Yuan knew about Providence's weakness, he naturally had to make use of it. This was also an effective method for Shadow Sect to deal with Providence. Shadow Sect's main aim was to hide and accumulate, and when one move is unleashed, like a volcano eruption, lightning fast, achieve your goal. Feng Yuan learned this point to perfection. To deal with Providence, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are my best role models. They are my mortal enemies, but on my mortal enemies, I have to put aside all prejudices and learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to cleanse themselves, to guard against Providence's hidden influence. Because a complete otherworldly demon cannot be affected by Heaven's will. In order to defend against Heaven's will, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. To guard against Providence, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape, not caring about the huge consumption of immortal essence. Fortunately, Feng Yuan kept most of his accumulated cultivation resources. Although he wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture, most of his plans had not been implemented yet. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, the things he obtained from Xianxia sect's treasury, they were still very limited. Feng Yuan tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds along the way, as if he had turned into a flying sword. He moved unhindered in the desolate plains, his sharpness unstoppable. Suddenly, a cry that was filled with pain and panic rang out. An ancient desolate beast was desperately escaping. Chasing it was a wild rank 7 immortal Gu. The two entered Feng Yuan's vision like this. The one in front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild immortal Gu behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast with a single horn on its forehead. A Pegasus with 6 wings was an ancient desolate beast. And this dragon centipede was slender, it was 7 li long. It had a centipede body and a dragon head, with countless legs moving on both sides of its flat body. Its copper-like shell shone with a dazzling golden light under the bright sunlight. It was very mighty, majestic, and beautiful. Wild immortal Gu lived in the bodies of desolate beasts and plants, absorbing their nutrients and using them as food to survive. This was only the majority of cases. Dragon centipede was a ferocious wild immortal Gu. It directly captured desolate beasts and plants, using them as prey to survive. This was the only dragon centipede immortal Gu in the world. It was already rank 7, it hunted ancient desolate beasts and plants to fill its stomach. Feng Yuan was flying straight. This pair of pursuers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. As expected, something happened. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Last time, it was a cloud beast group. This time, it was a horned six-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu. Wild Immortal Gu had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Providence Gu. The horned six-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Horses were more intelligent than most beasts. Providence Gu was hard to influence. But it was escaping in a panic. Providence Gu only needed a thought to change the direction of the horned six-winged Pegasus. These two became obstacles for Fang Yuan. The Pegasus was escaping. It would destroy all obstacles in front of it with all its strength. Meanwhile, Dragon Centipede's ruthless gaze landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu Immortal aura burst out. He was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. In terms of aura, he was much weaker than the horned six-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was overflowing. This came from the rank 7 Immortal Gu sword escape. This attracted Dragon Centipede's attention, because Dragon Centipede itself had sword path Dao marks. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly stored sword escape Immortal Gu, his aura vanishing. Dragon Centipede was confused, but its attention was still there. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey that could conceal their aura. Fang Yuan's body shook. Countless figures appeared. Combination of enslavement and strength path, immortal killer move, myriad self. In the previous transactions, Fang Yuan obtained many strength path Immortal Gu. His strongest killer move was back. Even though he did not have cleansed soul Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used other mortal Gu to replace it. Myriad self's battle power had fallen by a lot, but it was still very useful to confuse the enemy. Countless Fang Yuan scattered. They were like a large group of fish in the deep sea that encountered a whale shark, escaping in all directions. Dragon Centipede was even more confused. Its speed paused for a moment. Next, its 7 li long body lashed out like a whip. Bam bam bam. Countless Fang Yuan's strength path figures dissipated. The horned six-winged Pegasus also destroyed many Fang Yuan's phantoms along the way, escaping quickly. Dragon Centipede saw that the Pegasus was about to escape. It focused its attention on it again. The two chased, quickly flying out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His true body had already descended to a low altitude. With a thought, countless Fang Yuan phantoms disintegrated on their own. Go! Fang Yuan used sword escape again, flying into the sky and leaving. Chapter 1094. Fang Yuan traveled day and night without rest. When he saw the thick clouds, he used Blood Torrent. Most of the time, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Along the way, he passed through several dangerous areas. There were lone Cultivator Gu Immortals or Super Forces. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Immortal Gu openly. He used Mortal Killer moves instead. His strategy was correct. After the incident with the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, there were no other incidents. Providence needed time to make arrangements. On the other hand, Providence's influence on other life forms was limited. Like when it affected the horned six-winged Pegasus and the wild dragon centipede, Providence could not directly order the dragon centipede or Pegasus to attack Fang Yuan. Providence's influence was mainly based on the situation. Fang Yuan was very fast. Providence could not make arrangements. But Providence could still think and scheme. This was mainly due to star constellation Immortal Venerable. According to Shadow Sect's information, Providence was much easier to deal with before star constellation Immortal Venerable. But after her, Providence became very crafty. Thus, Fang Yuan's route was not a straight line. He moved forward in a zigzag manner. If he moved in a straight line, Providence could easily deduce his route and make arrangements along the way, waiting for Fang Yuan to enter. In fact, Providence could even deduce Fang Yuan's true destination, Tai Chiu, and set up arrangements there. That was too dangerous. Not only could Fang Yuan's sect mission not be completed, his own life would also be in danger. However, as Fang Yuan moved forward like this, he could not move. Providence could not stop him in time. Of course, Fang Yuan would not purposely turn back. If Providence's arrangements were formed behind him, when it formed behind him, he had already flown away. It would be foolish to charge in now. This way, the distance was already very far, but now it was several times longer. But overall, Fang Yuan's speed was still very fast. Thus, 3 days after encountering the wild dragon centipede Immortal Gu, Tai Chiu slowly entered his vision from the horizon. Tai Chiu was in sight. A vast expanse of ordinary weeds formed a huge yellow plain. The appearance of Tai Chiu. It was like a dense green forest with towering jade towers and buildings. On this yellow plain, it was extremely eye-catching. As Fang Yuan got closer, the dense green of Tai Chiu continued to spread on the horizon, expanding in Fang Yuan's field of vision. It was like a pool of beauty being rapidly painted on rice paper. Finally, Tai Chiu covered the entire horizon and covered Fang Yuan's entire field of vision. A vast amount of giant grass covered this piece of land, and the shadows of beasts could be seen everywhere. The roar of a tiger and the howl of a wolf reverberated through the air from time to time. It was a vast and desolate scene. At this moment, Fang Yuan was no longer hiding anything from Providence. It was already useless. He slowed down and stopped using the Immortal Gu, directly entering Tai Chiu. Compared to the giant grass, he was short and small. Compared to the entire Tai Chiu, it was like being in a palace. A mosquito flew in. The dense giant grass blotted out the sky. The entire Tai Chiu. Not only did it hide many fierce beasts and plants, there was some commotion ahead. It seemed like a terrifying beast tide was about to happen. Fang Yuan snickered, activating Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal one's aura and prevent deductions. To a certain extent, it could hide from Providence. Change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan turned into a coiling mountain goat, fusing into Tai Chiu. The commotion ahead was chaotic for a while before dissipating. If Providence had emotions, it would be shocked and furious now. Fang Yuan smiled, shaking his head and sighing. It is a pity that Providence is heartless. Dark Limit Immortal Gu helped Fang Yuan greatly. Back then, when He Lulan was still Immortal Gu Master, she used this Immortal Gu to conceal her great strength true martial physique's aura and survive. Why were the calamities and tribulations of the 10 extreme physiques so extraordinary? It was because Providence did not want the existence of the 10 extreme physiques to affect the balance of the world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. His calamities and tribulations were many times greater than the 10 extreme physiques. Even Dark Limit Immortal Gu had limited effects. Fang Yuan suddenly thought, Fairy Jiang Yu is a member of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect is fighting against Providence. They must have many tools like Dark Limit Immortal Gu. If Wuxia can escape from this predicament, with the help of Shadow Sect's remaining forces, he will have a bright future ahead of him. He had turned into a coiling mountain goat. This desolate beast was very common in Tai Chiu. Even though it looked weak, it fused perfectly. It was not like the Gu immortal body from before, which was out of place in Tai Chiu. Soon he encountered a desolate beast. It was a golden sand dark horse. It was a huge horse. It was even larger than the coiling mountain goat that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Its muscles were bulging, its bones were strong, its skin looked like it was made of dark gold. It had 6 hooves that were dark in color. The golden sand dark horse was eating grass. Sensing Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat transformation, the golden sand dark horse raised its head curiously, looking at this uninvited guest. Desolate beasts had their own territories. Fang Yuan's coiling mountain goat form entered the golden sand dark horse's territory. But the golden sand dark horse did not eat meat, it had a calm nature, while the coiling mountain goat was also a herbivorous desolate beast. In the golden sand dark horse's survival instincts, the coiling mountain goat posed no threat. But it was still very vigilant. It stared at Fang Yuan, until Fang Yuan went around it and left. It lowered its head and continued to eat grass. Fang Yuan chose to transform into the coiling mountain goat. He had naturally considered it carefully. Actually, in northern plains, there were many wolf desolate beasts, but if he transformed into a wolf desolate beast, the golden sand dark horse would react intensely. After crossing the golden sand dark horse's territory, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He had already memorized the map of Taiqiu. Even if he could not remember it, there were many information path goo worms in his immortal aperture. The first location is in the southeast direction. Fang Yuan looked ahead. But the giant grass grew taller. The edge of the giant grass was as tall as a tree, while the deeper he went, the giant grass was like a tower. The giant grass at the center of Taiqiu. It was like a mountain. The coiling mountain goat was not small, but as Fang Yuan went deeper, the surrounding giant grass became taller and denser, making the coiling mountain goat look smaller. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered many desolate beasts. Some of these desolate beasts moved alone, while others moved in groups of 2 or 3. Most were herbivores, but there were also carnivores. Fang Yuan used his brain. His intelligence was not something desolate beasts could compare to. Thus, after some effort, he managed to cross all of them. Ba ba ba. The incessant cries of the sheep entered Fang Yuan's ears. In the bushes ahead, there was a large group of coiling mountain goats. Fang Yuan sighed internally. It seems that I have entered deep into Taiqiu. This is the first time I have seen such a large desolate beast group. There were close to 100 goats in this group. Some were eating grass, some were lying on the ground and basking in the sun, while the younger ones were playing with each other. Fang Yuan walked into their field of vision. The wild coiling mountain goats looked at him. This was the first time they had seen someone of the same species. Fang Yuan was careful. Even though he had changed form immortal goo, there were hidden dangers. If one of the goats in this group had some investigative wild immortal goo on it, if they could see through Fang Yuan's disguise, they would be unlucky. To be safe, Fang Yuan secretly used attitude goo. Immediately, the goats sensed Fang Yuan's attitude. Their gazes towards him became much more gentle. Fang Yuan walked a few steps. There were even 2 or 3 young coiling mountain goats that ran towards him. Its curious eyes stared at him from a close distance, while 2 others ran around Fang Yuan. They jumped and jumped. Fang Yuan walked out safely, leaving the goats' field of vision. The young coiling mountain goats followed him for a while. When they gradually moved away from the flock, they were called back by their parents. This made Fang Yuan feel that it was a pity. If he could kidnap these 2 or 3 young goats and bring them to the sovereign immortal aperture to raise, that would be great. Regretfully, he did not have the chance to do so. After leaving the coiling mountain goats' territory, Fang Yuan was already very close to the first location marked on the map. He was not careless, he inspected himself. Dark limit immortal goo's concealment is weakening, but it can last for some time. Fang Yuan made an accurate estimation. Dark limit immortal goo needed to rest for a long time after being used once before it could be used again. Its power was left on Fang Yuan's body, concealing his aura. But as time passed, or due to other external forces, it would weaken. And depending on the target, the effect would be different. For example, it was used on He Lulan, the effect was very good. On Dark Path Goo Immortals, the effect would be lower. On Goo Immortals of other paths, the effect would be even lower. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's Dao marks did not interfere with each other, otherwise, the effect would be very bad. In short, Fang Yuan had to complete this mission while Dark Limit Immortal Goo's concealment was still around. Otherwise, if the concealment dissipated, Providence would notice, countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Taiqiu would attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire. A moment later, Fang Yuan got close to the first location. Before even reaching it, Fang Yuan knew that this location had changed. Because it was recorded on the map that there used to be an immemorial desolate beast-level energy Grand Lion's corpse here. The corpse was guarded by a large group of Qi Grand Lions. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But now, the mountain of corpses had already disappeared without a trace. The Qi Grand Lions were gone too. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move and heard faint wolf howls. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Desolate beast black blood wolves. And this scale, there are at least 30 of them. A small desolate beast wolf group. Even though there were few of them, they were carnivorous beasts. The territory of a wolf group was even larger. Feng Yuan did not need to observe closely, he only used mortal investigative methods and his hearing to obtain a lot of information. This was human intelligence. These desolate beast wolves might have immortal goo inside them, but they could not be used. Compared to goo immortals who had immortal goo, they were completely different. Feng Yuan thought, the first location is gone. Be it the immemorial desolate beast level Qi Grand Lion corpse, or those desolate beasts and ancient desolate beast level Qi Grand Lions. I don't know how or when they disappeared, but 300,000 years later, this place is occupied by a small black blood wolf group. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he gave up on this place. Chapter 1095. One day later, Tai Chiu. One book one? Nshu. Here. Feng Yuan held onto a giant grass that was 600 to 700 feet tall. He looked into the distance. The remains of a huge tree were like a huge ship stranded on the beach. But only half of it was left. It was black and broken, as if it had been struck by lightning. Feng Yuan's current appearance had changed greatly. He had turned into an ape. Fire-swallowing ape. Ancient desolate beast. Although it was not big, it was not to be trifled with. Feng Yuan had long stopped using the coiled mountain goat form. The coiled mountain goat could not go deep into Tai Chiu. This was a place where ancient desolate beasts often appeared. The fire-swallowing ape was one of the more special ones. It was strong, but it only ate flames. Hence, it roamed around. It did not fight with other desolate beasts for food. Hence, it was a suitable target for Feng Yuan to disguise as. If he did not turn into a fire-swallowing ape, Feng Yuan would not be able to move an inch. Thousand Snakes Haze Tree. Feng Yuan looked into the distance and murmured. This was already the third target on the map of Tai Chiu. The first location was now occupied by a group of desolate beasts, black blood wolves. The second location had been completely abandoned. It had become the gap between two large groups of carnivorous beasts. Feng Yuan's current location was the last marked destination on the map. 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree had once fallen here. This tree was as big as a mountain. It covered the surroundings. It was of the immemorial level. It had 77,770 branches. They were like willow branches or long snakes. At the end of the branches, there were snakes. The roots of this tree were deeply rooted in the ground. They were thousands of feet deep. It fed on passing desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. When it hunted, the tens of thousands of branches would dance. They were like 10,000 pythons slithering and entangling. After it was entangled, it absorbed blood to survive. After a long time, countless living beings died under the tree. Their flesh rotted and their bones piled up. It was filled with resentment. Book 1, Layers of Yin Qi. Yin and Yang attracted each other. Every time there was a thunderstorm, the 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree would attract mighty lightning to strike down. It would be fine if they encountered an ordinary thunderstorm, but if they were unlucky and encountered a heavenly thunder formed by an extraordinary phenomenon, they would not be able to withstand it. That would be terrible. The 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree had almost no natural enemies. It was a primordial desolate beast that dominated an area. Perhaps it had attracted the attention of Providence, which led to the lightning tribulation. Anyway, 300,000 years ago, Tai Chiu was engulfed in a sea of fire. The 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree burned like an erupting volcano, illuminating half the night sky for several months. However, this 1,000 Serpents Haze Tree. He's not dead yet? Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he had left behind this Tai Chiu topographic map. It had been more than 300,000 years since then. The 1,000 Snakes Haze Tree had been struggling at death's door for more than 300,000 years. It was actually not dead and still showed signs of life. Although humans are the most intelligent of all living beings, their vitality, lifespan, physique, soul, and so on are far inferior to other living beings. The life force of the Thousand Snakes haze tree was absolutely formidable. It was struck by lightning, burned by fire, but it's still alive. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. The Thousand Snakes haze tree was now completely collapsed on the ground. More than half of its thick trunk had rotted away. There was only a section that was a few miles long left. In its complete state, the Thousand Snakes haze tree was as tall as a mountain. The attack range of its branches covered a radius of 100 miles. Feng Yuan acutely observed that there were still dozens of branches moving about on the broken wood of the Thousand Snakes haze tree. There were still dozens of branches moving about. They were like dozens of pythons, entangling and wriggling slowly. Once a prey entered their hunting range, they would attack with lightning speed and kill the prey. Although the Thousand Snakes haze tree was in such a miserable state, it was still a primordial desolate plant. It could easily hunt ancient desolate beasts and groups of desolate beasts. Feng Yuan observed for a while and had a new discovery. Fortune and misfortune really do exist together. A complete Thousand Snakes haze tree killed a large number of living beings, causing the corpses under the tree to pile up like a mountain. But this Thousand Snakes haze tree only has this small section left. There is not even one left. The prey it hunted was limited. It did not accumulate any yin qi or grievance energy. There is no more heavenly lightning. This was the reason why this Thousand Snakes haze tree was still alive. Feng Yuan gradually frowned. He took a huge risk to come to Taichio. He wanted to find a suitable location to set up a teleportation goo formation. 1. Read books. 1. Taichio's map gave Feng Yuan 3 targets. But the first 2 were gone, the third was not suitable. Because the Thousand Snakes haze tree was still alive. This was an immemorial desolate plant. It had shocking battle strength. It could fight rank 8 goo immortals. Even the weakest rank 8 was not something Feng Yuan could take down. Even for the huge Xianxia sect, it was a tough nut to crack. And if he fought here, he might attract a terrifying beast tide. In that case, I've succeeded a small part of my mission and failed a large part of it. Even though I completed some parts of Taichio's map and eliminated 3 targets. But I did not find a suitable location for Xianxia sect to set up a teleportation goo formation. There is no choice. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power is weakening. I need to leave now. I will explore Taichio after some time. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. If he could succeed this time, it would be great. After all, Feng Yuan was doing well recently. Internal and external problems were not urgent. But if he did not succeed this time, Feng Yuan would not have much time and energy next time. After all, he was very busy. Managing an immortal aperture was a huge and complex project, not to mention his own cultivation, the problem of his immortal zombie body, and teaching Feng Yuan. But there was no choice. In this world, there were many people who did not live according to their wishes. Feng Yuan quietly retreated. He chose the closest direction to retreat. But the bad thing was, after walking for a while, Feng Yuan found many peculiarities. First, there were 2 ancient desolate beasts fighting. The commotion was huge. Next, for some reason, 3 desolate beast groups were facing each other. They were restless. A huge battle was imminent. Coincidentally, these 3 desolate beast groups blocked Feng Yuan's path. These are all signs of a beast tide. So that's it. The protection of my Dark Limit Immortal Goo has already weakened to this extent. Although Heaven's Will couldn't pinpoint my exact location, it had already sensed the general area. Thus, it is preparing to create a beast tide in Taichio. It wants to use this chance to expose me. That's right, I still have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of snow monsters. Both of them have providence. Even though they are restricted to my immortal aperture world, they are one with the outside world's providence. They seem to resonate with each other. Feng Yuan's frown deepened. He had underestimated Providence's power. According to logic, any immortal aperture world, be it blessed land or grotto heaven, they were independent. They had nothing to do with the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Providence could not control these small worlds. But now, Feng Yuan knew. If small worlds also had providence, then they would be able to resonate with the outside world's providence. They would be able to work together from the inside and outside. By relying on Providence's cooperation and the weakening of Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Even though Providence could not find Fang Yuan's location, it could create a huge beast tide to find Fang Yuan and eliminate him mercilessly. True knowledge comes from practice. Or rather, Shadow Sect did not give me enough information on Providence. I cannot stay here for long. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately moved. He stretched his arms, jumping on giant grass, trying to avoid the beast groups in front of him and get away from the traps set by Providence. But heaven did not grant his wish. He was too late. The two ancient desolate beasts fought their way into the beast groups. Immediately, an earth-shattering chaotic battle ensued. The aftermath of the chaotic battle affected the surroundings, causing even more chaos. After layers upon layers, a beast tide was formed that engulfed Fang Yuan. The beast tide was terrifying. Be it desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they were all in an extreme state of chaos. They lost their usual rationality, they listened to their survival instincts, they roared and screamed in their bodies. The prey actually dared to attack the hunter. Many of the beasts that usually lived together had fallen apart. There was no order left. Large numbers of desolate beasts ran in panic, forming a strong force. Other ferocious beasts were also involved in this force. Even if the fierce beasts did not want to be trapped, they had no choice now. A moment later, this force became stronger and stronger, forming an unstoppable force like a flood, engulfing everything. Anyone who dared to block this force, no matter how many desolate beasts or how strong the ancient desolate beasts were, would die on the spot. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt like he was a small boat in a raging sea. He had no choice, he could only be trapped by the beast tide. Charging forward, he had to continue his disguise. Once he was exposed, Providence would cause the surrounding beast tide to engulf him. By then, even if he had immortal essence and large numbers of immortal goo, he would die. After all, he was only a rank 6 goo immortal who had passed one earthly calamity. Even though Fang Yuan had transformation, attitude, and familiar face, he could not keep up the disguise. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power was weakening. At a certain point, Fang Yuan would be exposed under Providence. He could not expose himself, that would be courting death. He could not endure it, that would be waiting for death. Fang Yuan was in deep danger, he could not think of a way to resolve it. Maybe I can take a risk. This thought flashed in his mind. If there was no other way, this was his only choice. He placed his hopes on Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo. But this was deep in Taichio. There were desolate beasts everywhere, even ancient desolate beasts were everywhere. Providence had too many targets, he could choose and influence them, he could easily block Fang Yuan. Right at this time, the beast tide suddenly changed direction, it was moving in a straight line, but now, it turned into a slight arc. This is... Fang Yuan looked far away, his eyes were wide open, he was overjoyed. In the distance, he saw a mountain of crimson skeletons. The bones were burning with blue flames, the temperature was reserved, there was no heat at all, but it gave Fang Yuan an extremely dangerous feeling. This was the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. It seemed to have died not long ago. The immemorial aura was surging, even the beast tide avoided it subconsciously. Chapter 1096. The fire-swallowing monkey's figure turned into an arc in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tide under the cover of the dust, rapidly approaching the immemorial desolate beast corpse. From its appearance, this was the corpse of an elephant. The grayish-blue elephant skin was tattered, and the flesh and blood under the skin had already been completely wiped out. The white bones formed a frame, together with the huge elephant skin, they formed a huge tent. This was a half-collapsed tent, it gave off a terrifying aura. This immemorial desolate beast had clearly gone through an intense battle when it was alive. Fang Yuan could not help but have a doubt. What is the existence that could kill this immemorial desolate beast? Right now, he was very close to the center of Taichio. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. It was truly dangerous and unfathomable. Immemorial desolate beasts were hidden here. They were a headache to the super forces. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among the super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 4 or 5 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. Even at the periphery of Tai Chiu, a slight carelessness could cause a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beasts and beast tides. These two factors prevented Tai Chiu from being disturbed by northern plains Gu immortal forces. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly, flying towards a tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind at all. But Fang Yuan felt the resistance gradually increasing. A formless force was resisting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was going against the tide, going deeper into the sea. As he went deeper, Fang Yuan even had auditory hallucinations. Swish, swish, swish. His ears were filled with the sound of the rising and falling tides. Waterpath Dao marks. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Undeniably, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundance of waterpath Dao marks. Although the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water Dao marks remained with its bones and skin, silently influencing the heaven and earth in this domain. Fang Yuan had previously come into contact with primordial desolate beast corpses. Take Dongfang Naginori's tribulation for example. However, the primordial ruin bat's corpse had already been modified by Dongfang Naginori, so Fang Yuan didn't feel the way he did now. In the Super Gu formation of the Earth Trench, Fang Yuan also obtained many immemorial immortal materials. Some immortal materials had extremely dense Dao marks on them, and they even produced a halo of Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eye. However, these immortal materials were only a small portion. In terms of the total number of Dao marks, PBTT could not be compared to Fang Yuan's almost complete immemorial desolate elephant corpse. The primordial desolate beast's accumulation of Dao marks. It was quite terrifying. Most importantly, this primordial desolate beast did not seem to have died long ago. Thus, Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable. He could not get close to it. Immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, whenever they stay in one place for a long time, the vast number of Dao marks on them will affect the surrounding environment, slowly transforming it. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but his feet did not stop moving. His body continued to move as he tried to get closer. Because of these waterpath Dao marks. Thus, there was no wind. The surroundings of the corpse were quiet. There were no signs of life. When this area is completely transformed, there will be clouds that will not dissipate. There will even be a lake that will give birth to all sorts of plants and beasts. Fang Yuan deduced that this area was not stable yet. The immemorial desolate elephant's Dao marks were subtly changing the surrounding environment. This process could last for decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, many of the immemorial desolate elephant's waterpath Dao marks would dissipate. The surrounding Dao marks would also be pushed out. Waterpath would dominate. Eventually, the surrounding waterpath Dao marks and the remaining waterpath Dao marks on the immemorial desolate elephant corpse formed a new balance. The desolate elephant corpse was no longer damaged. The remaining waterpath Dao marks did not decrease. Instead, they seemed to be nourished by the surrounding environment. Except for Fang Yuan. There were no signs of plants or animals. Fang Yuan immediately became very eye-catching. The beast horde suddenly fell into chaos. Their originally orderly pace was now in an unusual state of disarray. Fang Yuan's heart thumped. He turned to look. But the beast horde was only slightly chaotic. It quickly returned to normal. It was like a huge wave that went around the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, rushing to another place. Everywhere it passed, plants fell, dust rose. It was a messy scene. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He thought, it seems that Shadow Sect's information is correct. Although desolate beasts are easily influenced by providence, the influence is limited in a short period of time. The beast horde's momentum is already set. Even if Providence finds out about me, it will not be able to control the beast horde to attack the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. As long as I am within this range, I am safe. A moment later, Feng Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, nodding slightly. This distance was perfect. It was not too close to the center of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, but not too far either. And most importantly, the goo worms in Feng Yuan's hands reacted. Before leaving, Land Spirit of Langia gave him a set of goo worms to set up. The goo worms that reacted now were specialized investigative goo. As long as they sensed a suitable environment within a certain range, they would emit sounds and vibrations that only goo immortals could sense. Set up the formation. Feng Yuan stopped moving. He stood still and injected immortal essence, activating the goo worms. Immortal goo after immortal goo were activated one after another. Some flew out of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, flying around Feng Yuan. Some stayed in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, dancing around. Immortal light lingered, rainbow aurora rose. A vast amount of his consciousness was drawn in. Feng Yuan had no choice but to remove his transformation and show his true body. Providence was furious. It discovered Feng Yuan. Thunder rumbled in the air. But it was useless. The time when Providence could make a move was during the goo immortal's tribulation. Right now, Feng Yuan was not undergoing tribulation, nor was he using the Hairy Man Path's natural goo refinement method to refine immortal goo. Propitious qi danced in the air, profound sounds echoed endlessly. With Feng Yuan at the center, a huge rainbow-colored whirlpool formed. It was like mist, like a tide. It was grand and beautiful. The whirlpool continued to expand. It expanded outwards in an orderly manner. Goo worms were arranged in the rainbow aurora. Some were buried deep in the soil, some were left on the ground. There were even more phantom goo worms that stayed in the air. Some were engraved in the air. They could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of goo worms moved at lightning speed. They were arranged. Feng Yuan was the main provider of immortal essence. The one who set up the formation was an immortal goo. Rank 6 formation plate goo. It looked like a round plate, similar to the ceramic plates used in the mortal world. Right now, it was quietly floating above Feng Yuan's head, controlling all sorts of goo worms. The entire process of setting up the formation lasted for more than 6 hours. Only when the sun set and the sky turned dark red did Feng Yuan put away his goo worms. A vast number of mortal goo were arranged. All the immortal goo were retrieved. All the goo worms. They formed a mysterious and complicated goo formation, hidden in this world. When it was not activated, even Feng Yuan could not detect it. Such amazing attainment. Feng Yuan sighed. He had benefited a lot from this formation arrangement. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had great insight. If a formation path goo immortal has great grandmaster attainment level, they can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to set up formations. This goo formation is the same. This reminds me of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Empress Jiuhua. She was a famous formation path great grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formations. 10,000 rays of multicolored light, magnificent and extraordinary. Most importantly, she and Long-Hair Ancestor were from the same era. Oh, more accurately speaking, Long-Hair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this teleportation goo formation is the result of a transaction between Immortal Empress Jiuhua and Long-Hair Ancestor. Feng Yuan guessed. The goo formation was set up. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating this goo formation. According to his vigilant nature, he would naturally inspect the goo formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this goo formation seemed to be the work of a great grandmaster. It was too complex. Feng Yuan wanted to check if there were any flaws. He did not have the ability to do so. The goo formation slowly activated. After about 5 minutes, the first step was completed. Light and shadows flew, forming an illusory formation that covered the surrounding Li. Feng Yuan was at the center. He could hear the sound of tides becoming more frequent. But there was no formless obstruction around him. This goo formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Tao marks. No wonder land spirit of Langya chose this location to set up the Gu formation. Gu formations that can teleport Gu immortals are very rare. Even though this Gu formation can teleport, the activation time is too long, it cannot be used to escape quickly. Feng Yuan evaluated in his mind, before activating the crucial immortal Gu in his immortal aperture. The power of this immortal Gu spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding light and shadows gathered towards Feng Yuan, turning from phantom to solid. They gathered around Feng Yuan and condensed into a lump. Feng Yuan suddenly felt an intense pressure. But in the blink of an eye, the huge pressure vanished without a trace. Boom! With a loud sound, the lump of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Feng Yuan had already vanished without a trace. After a long while, everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. I'm at Langya Blessed Land? Feng Yuan's body shook, his vision was filled with all sorts of colors, the world was spinning around him. Suddenly he felt his feet touching solid ground, he looked again, his vision was clear, he was back in Langya Blessed Land. He was at the center of a huge Gu formation. He had come into contact with this Gu formation long ago. Back then, when he was transported from Feng Bo Cliff's Gu formation, he landed here. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding. It seems that this is the main formation. The Gu formations in Taichio and Feng Bo Cliff are the sub-formations. To activate the Super Gu formation, the crucial immortal Gu is needed. This is the key. Land spirit of Langya's figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 1097. The matter of entering Taichio and setting up the teleportation Gu formation ended with Feng Yuan successfully leaving. Land spirit of Langya did not mistreat him. He was rewarded with a total of 600 sect contribution points. Using these contribution points, Feng Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path immortal Gu recipes in Langya sect's treasury. Langya sect had 3 true inheritances. They came from the 3 legendary great experts, Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Long Hair Ancestor. They did not have any transformation path true inheritances, but Langya sect had a huge number of immortal Gu recipes, including many transformation path immortal Gu recipes. However, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to use his sect contribution points to exchange for them. He chose to keep these sect contribution points for himself for the time being. Now was not the time to exchange for transformation path immortal Gu recipes or refine other transformation path immortal Gu. The time was not ripe yet. After the secret transaction with Shadow Sect, as well as his trip to Taichio, Feng Yuan had a clearer understanding of his current situation. Even though he successfully set up the teleportation Gu formation, allowing him to travel between Langya Blessed Land and Taichio. But Feng Yuan did not want to enter Taichio again. It would be too dangerous if he went there again. Dark Limit Immortal Gu's power has already dissipated. Even if I can use it again after some time, it is not safe. Heaven's Will could also think. Previously, he had caught Heaven's Will off guard. Moreover, the Gu formation cannot be concealed. Providence also knows about this. It will definitely influence the surrounding desolate beast groups, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Providence wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan did not need to guess. Next, Providence would definitely surround the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse in Taichio. They would set up all sorts of traps. It was better for Feng Yuan not to go there. However, even if he did not go, Langya sect would go there. Since the land spirit of Langya has accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man Gu immortals to cultivate transformation path as well. To cultivate transformation path, one needs to refine transformation path immortal Gu. And refining immortal Gu requires immortal materials. Langya sect's treasury is rich and has many immortal materials. But the previous land spirit of Langya had already been in charge of the blessed land for many years, and was most diligent in refining Gu. Even though there were many immortal materials in the treasury, most of them were rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials. But rank 6 and 7 immortal materials are rare. Therefore, the land spirit of Xianxia. Not long after, they would issue sect missions to encourage hairy man-gu immortals to go to Taichio and kill desolate beasts. On one hand, it was to gather immortal materials to refine gu, on the other hand, it was to train the hairy man-gu immortals' battle strength. Especially the second point, which has always been the biggest worry of the land spirit of Xianxia. Let these hairy man-gu immortals become my lackeys. Providence could think, even if they were being targeted. It would be better than me being targeted by Providence. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Even though Xianxia's sect's overall strength was many times stronger than his, at this moment, he had become the chess player. And Xianxia's sect had become his chess pieces. Even more amazing was, even though Feng Yuan schemed against Xianxia's sect, it was also for the sake of Xianxia's sect's development. Thus, he would not go against the alliance agreement that he was bound to. This is the difference in information. The difference in levels. Only then will I have the advantage in terms of strategy. Feng Yuan sighed as he realized the advantage of information path. Gu masters of all paths. They all had their own strengths. Information path did not seem to be very eye-catching among them. But if it could be used, the advantage that information path gave Gu masters was much stronger than most other paths. Of course, this difference in information was because of the benefits that Feng Yuan obtained from his transaction with the Shadow Sect. And the Shadow Sect must have paid a huge price to obtain information about Providence and Xianxia sect. I have always been lacking in information path methods. I need to make up for this in the future. Feng Yuan made up his mind. Information path Gu masters were skilled in gathering information, establishing alliance agreements, and inheriting knowledge. At first glance, it did not seem like much, but when it came to cultivation, it could create a huge advantage. Central continent, Earth abyss. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I found something. I have searched that direction more than 10 times already. It is really well hidden. Ancient soul sects Gu immortals immediately reacted. They had excited expressions as they charged towards the source of the sound. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was half kneeling on the ground. Not only was he tired, he was also heavily injured. Almost half his body was gone. A mere immortal zombie. The ancient soul sect Gu immortal who fought with Wuxia stopped in the air, looking down at Wuxia with disdain. Leave him alive. Even though he is an immortal zombie, his concealment technique is truly unique. We need to interrogate him for the sect. The other two Gu immortals shouted as they tore through the air, rushing over. Wuxia suddenly showed a mocking smile. You want my concealment technique? Sure, I will tell you now. Oh no. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized this was the enemy's scheme. Wuxia purposely lost. He wanted to lure the three immortals over. This was a plan to lure the enemy. Since there was a plan to lure the enemy, there would be a follow-up plan to kill the enemy. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals reacted quickly, but Wuxia had made ample preparations. How could he let them escape so easily? In an instant, the super Gu formation that was waiting to be activated. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals fell into a desperate situation. They felt like the entire universe was filled with endless power, restraining them. At once, they could not control their bodies. They could not move. Next, under the three immortals' shocked expressions, their bodies and souls were directly crushed by the super Gu formation's power. Even though the three immortals resisted, they only lasted for 3 breaths of time. Humph, I will collect some interest from you first. Wuxia smiled coldly. His gaze was cold. At this moment, they have probably already entered the regional wall. The celestial court Gu immortals were surprised. Someone said, so fast. This is an ancient battle formation. It is called omnidirectional travel. Back then, when immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, he joined with hairy man Gu immortal Yumu Chun, immortal zombie 7-star child, and blood dragon song Zi Xing to teleport to Heavenly Lotus sect from the source of falling Heavenly River using this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, The ancient battle formation uses humans as the formation cores. It has lower requirements for immortal goo. We cannot defend against this method. Fairy Myrtle deduced with her fingers again, before speaking slowly. Chapter 1098. Feng Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense traveled in the vast space of the immortal aperture. There were large areas of barren land everywhere. There are too few earth path Dao marks. These barren lands lack fertility. Most of the plants cannot be grown. To improve from the root, I need to add more earth path Dao marks. Other than that, other methods are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Feng Yuan thought to himself. The sovereign immortal aperture space was too big. It was beyond common sense. Even with Feng Yuan's divine sense, it would take a long time to completely cover it. However, when Feng Yuan inspected the immortal aperture, he had a focus and a target. This greatly increased his efficiency. Several wisps of divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. Gradually, the scenes of the resource points that Feng Yuan was managing appeared in his mind. Western desert, the land was mostly deserted. There was a huge pit. The temperature was very high. The soil in the pit was burnt black. In the pit, there were many eerie fire dragon pythons. They were intertwining and reproducing. This was the most primitive pit. Originally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in families. They lived in 2s and 3s. But here, Feng Yuan used the unique rearing method of Northern Plains Dong Fong tribe. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, causing them to produce even more young snakes. This batch of eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dong Fong tribe's blessed land. And the rearing method was obtained by Feng Yuan from Dong Fong Naginori's soul. Not only was it 100% original, it even had all the details and guesses. With the two together, these eerie fire dragon pythons reproduced very quickly. A few li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was no less than the number in the first primitive pit. It is less than a month in the 5 regions, but here, time is accelerated by 60 times. The number of eerie fire dragon pythons has increased by 4 times. Feng Yuan nodded to himself. 60 times, this was a terrifying time-flow ratio. The eerie fire dragon pythons were placed in Hu immortal blessed land. There was a long period of time, but there was not much improvement. The results of incubation were incomparable to what Feng Yuan was seeing. This was because Hu immortal blessed land was located in the outside world of the 5 regions. The flow of time was much slower, causing the growth of the resources to not be as good. It was the same for the eerie fire dragon pythons, the dragonfish, the regretful spiders, the arrow bamboos, and the star fragment grasses. However, in terms of growth, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, etc., it was no longer as lively as it was in star form blessed land. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture did not have as many star path Dao marks as star form blessed land. When Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture, they need to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent any mistakes. Especially when the immortal aperture space was small, all kinds of resources were close to each other, it was easy for them to influence each other and make mistakes. Feng Yuan's condition was not bad. Because the sovereign immortal aperture space was huge, all the resources had their own living environments, they were separated from each other. The probability of a problem occurring was very small. When the jewel yellow skies opens, I will sell these resources. The harvest will be very gratifying. Feng Yuan looked around and was very satisfied. The closure of the jewel yellow skies affected him greatly. He wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture more. But without the jewel yellow skies, many things could not be bought. Even though Xianxia sect had a huge inventory, most of them were immortal materials for Gu refinement. For Feng Yuan, they were not very helpful. After dispersing the excess divine sense, only the main portion was left. It rushed towards Kokitahar. This time, Kokitahar was Feng Yuan's main focus. Roar, roar, roar. On Kokitahara, a large number of snow monsters were roaming around. Especially towards the north, the weather got colder. There were even small snowflakes. On the ground, there was a thin layer of ice and snow. Fang Yuan observed carefully. The area covered by the ice and snow was much larger than the last time he investigated. It expanded a lot. These were the gains from the previous earthly calamity. During the first earthly calamity, Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in the icy plain. The calamities and tribulations were extremely fierce. Fang Yuan's gains were huge. He obtained a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks. Because of these Dao marks, there was the scene of snow falling in Kokidahara. Such an environment was very suitable for the snow monsters to live in. In the current Kokidahara, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan had intended to keep these snow monsters as a resource to manage in his immortal aperture. But after the transaction, Fang Yuan understood providence. He decided to exterminate these snow monsters. The reason for that was because the bodies of the snow monsters were filled with heaven's will. Fang Yuan came with killing intent. He mobilized his divine sense. A strength path immortal zombie flew up with a large amount of immortal essence. A large number of goo worms flew around it. Sword path immortal move, triple sword wave. The goo worms were activated, immortal essence was poured in. After a while, a huge wave burst out. Swish, 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 silver white sword wave surged forward, waves splashed out, emitting killing intent that was colder than ice and snow. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist. They were engulfed by the sword wave and shredded into pieces. The fragments were shredded into dregs. The dregs were cleanly washed away. Nothing remained. As for those desolate beast snow monsters, they were able to resist. But they could only resist for a few breaths of time before they were destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path was extremely powerful in offense. It was publicly recognized as one of the 5 strongest offensive paths in the current goo immortal world. Triple layered sword wave was one of the more outstanding killer moves. Each wave of sword waves was stronger than the previous one. Back when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he relied on this move to kill the ruin bat formed from ice and snow. He barely survived. After 3 sword waves, thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters were killed. It was an impressive battle result. The thousands of snow monsters did not cause much damage to the sword wave. Most importantly, those 6 desolate beast snow monsters each lost a lot of their sword wave. Eventually, the 3 sword waves dissipated. Following a loud roar, a 70-foot-tall snow monster charged from afar. It was filled with endless anger. Following it were several desolate beast snow monsters and tens of thousands of ordinary snow monsters. A huge group of snow monsters was charging forward majestically. Like an army sweeping through the battlefield, they charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan mobilized the strength path immortal zombie, turning around and running. His true body was outside now. He could only control this strength path immortal zombie to fight with his immortal essence and goo worms. This strength path immortal zombie. Fang Yuan had obtained it from blazing heaven demonis. His immortal aperture had already dissipated. Immortal essence and goo worms could only be placed on the immortal zombie. It was not safe in battle. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to eliminate these snow monsters from afar. He also used a wretched guerrilla tactic. After one round, he would change locations. After another round. After that, he would change locations. The snow monsters made a huge commotion, but when they reached the scene, Fang Yuan had already escaped. He was nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters could not vent their anger. They raised their heads and roared, their voices shaking the surroundings. The ancient snow monster was furious as it threw snowballs everywhere. The huge snowballs were like shooting stars as they flew in all directions. Man was the spirit of all living beings. There was a difference in intelligence. This caused Fang Yuan to have the initiative. The snow monsters could only take a beating. After leaving a safe location, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie stopped moving. It was resting for a short while. Even though this body was not injured, Fang Yuan had paid a price. The price was green grape immortal essence. Activating 3 layers of sword wave consumed a lot of immortal essence. And Xianxia sect's sect contribution points. Because the immortal goo that formed 3 layers of sword wave were not just the core immortal goo wave sword, there were also other water path immortal goo. And these water path immortal goo were borrowed by Feng Yuan from the land spirit of Xianxia. He naturally had to spend a lot of sect contribution points. All in all, activating 3 layers of sword wave was not a small cost. But now, Feng Yuan had a lot of assets. He had ample funds, he could bear the immortal essence expenditure. In terms of sect contribution points, because of his previous trip to Taichio, he had obtained a lot of sect contribution points. In the short term, it was not a problem. After resting for a while, the snow monsters had settled down. Feng Yuan continued his slaughter. I need to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrives. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation makes use of them, I might die in the second earthly calamity. Feng Yuan had a clear idea. The calamities and tribulations of Gu immortals were always stronger than the previous one. Feng Yuan's second earthly calamity was naturally stronger than the first one. If there were still snow monsters left behind by the first earthly calamity and they gathered together with the second earthly calamity, Feng Yuan's chances of passing the tribulation would be minuscule. That way, he would be in dire straits. This was not Feng Yuan's first operation. After returning to Xianxia Blessed Land, more than 10 days had passed. Almost every day, Feng Yuan had to kill snow monsters. A large number of snow monsters were dying, their numbers were shrinking, but there were still many left. Feng Yuan needed to work harder. But in a day, the more he attacked, the bigger the commotion would become. Chapter 1099. Feng Yuan's soul was roaming around Luopa Valley. He did not roam too far away, he only stayed around Feng Yuan's body. Every once in a while, a wave of fog would drift over. Feng Yuan's soul was bathed in the fog. It was like a book soaking in water. It gradually loosened up. The more condensed the soul, the harder it is to loosen up. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times more condensed than before. It is improving at a godly speed. However, compared to spectral soul, the difference is like heaven and earth. Feng Yuan evaluated, he could not help but think of the battle of Tian Mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Even though he died, his soul had the #1 Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely terrifying. Ordinary souls were like illusory shadows. They could only affect the mind at most. They could not affect pure physical objects. But Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely condensed. He could actually cover the sky with one hand. He could resist the grand tribulations. His prowess was deeply engraved in Feng Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, this memory did not disappear. I'm afraid that when Spectral Soul comes to Luopa Valley, this fog is useless against him. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered. He sighed to himself, when can I have his cultivation level? If Feng Yuan's soul had Spectral Soul's Soul Path foundation, even if the immortal zombie body had a powerful trap, he would not need to fear it. The fog floated over and dispersed. Soon after, a gust of wind blew over. Feng Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind. The traces of wind were like steel wires, cutting apart his soul. The pain was even more intense than death by 1,000 cuts. It caused Feng Yuan's soul to tremble. But Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and endured this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last for long. Feng Yuan could endure it. But if there were strong winds, Feng Yuan would wisely retreat. His soul would enter his body. With the protection of his body, the power of the Luopa wind would be greatly reduced. After this gust of wind, Feng Yuan's soul had shrunk by more than 30%. To be cautious, he chose to return to his physical body. Guts Gu. Guts Gu after Guts Gu shattered in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, turning into a mystical force that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The weakness and injuries caused by the cultivation just now simply vanished without a trace. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were holy lands for soul cultivators. With these two weapons in hand, Fang Yuan's soul Dao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. His progress was extremely fast. Like this, after waves of fog and wind, Fang Yuan's soul was like iron and stone. After being tempered again and again, it became purer and more solid. But he didn't know when he would have the confidence to enter the immortal zombie body. About 2 hours later, Fang Yuan's soul began to feel restless. Fang Yuan wisely paused his cultivation. His soul returned to his body and he walked out of Luopa Valley. 2 hours passed. This was the limit that Fang Yuan had found out after many times of cultivation. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects. Soul strengthening and soul refining were just 2 of the many aspects of soul strengthening. Besides that, there was a third aspect, pacifying the soul. Strengthening the soul. It could strengthen and strengthen the soul. Refining the soul could refine and purify the soul. Pacifying the soul was to pacify the soul and consolidate the results. The 3 complemented each other. Blindly emphasizing one aspect would only cause one to lose sight of the other. The gains would not make up for the losses. Among them, Danghun Mountain's Guts Gu was the first choice for strengthening the soul. Fang Yuan had no choice but to delay the development of his immortal aperture even though he had the capital and ideas to do so. Days passed by. While Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of jewel yellow skies, the second earthly calamity was also approaching. Xianxia sect's invasion of Taichio had not stopped since the start. From time to time, hairy man Gu immortals would accept the sect's missions and go to Taichio through the teleportation door. These hairy man Gu immortals' first task was to modify the environment and stabilize the teleportation Gu formation. The land spirit of Xianxia had a disappointed expression. He reluctantly added, "You are the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, a person who has been reborn. Your vision is broad and you have experienced many things. You know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, they were all spread through the food path." There is such a thing? Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. More accurately speaking, he was very interested in food path. He was currently developing his immortal aperture. His goal was to manage all sorts of resources and satisfy the feeding needs of his immortal Gu. But if he grasped food path, it would be much easier for him to feed his immortal Gu. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious. It was popular for a period of time in history. But this period of time was very short. As time went on, it became rarer, even rarer than wisdom path inheritances. In fact, it might even be extinct soon. Regarding food path, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan learned of some secrets from spectral soul demon Venerable's memories. It turned out that the creator of food path was not a human Gu immortal, but a beast-man Gu immortal. This reason was probably the main reason for the current situation of food path. But for Fang Yuan, no matter who created this path, it was fine as long as it was useful to him. Most human Gu immortals had racial pride, but Fang Yuan did not. If hairy men could help him achieve his goal of eternal life, he would give up his human identity and become a hairy man without any hesitation. Now that land spirit of Xianxia had a lot of understanding of food path, Fang Yuan quickly asked. Land spirit of Xianxia revealed, "Actually, the creation of any type of tea or wine is an incomplete Gu recipe. If it is completed, you can refine a special tea Gu or wine Gu. In this world, there are already many wine Gu and tea Gu. For example, the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea Gu. There was no need to say more about liquor worm. After Fang Yuan reborn, he had benefited from it. His initial development was very fast. Big smoke tea Gu was a Gu worm that could make Gu masters addicted to it and become even more decadent. It was suppressed by those in power. It could be considered a drug in this world. It is a pity that food path has not spread. It is already showing signs of extinction. In the current era, many Gu immortals want to test each other's refinement path attainment. They do not need to compete in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention with words or martial skills. They can face each other directly and drink a cup of tea to determine the winner. Land Spirit of Langya's answer made Feng Yuan slightly disappointed. Land Spirit of Langya did not know much, moreover, what he knew was only about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot. He is familiar with many food path methods. After all, he inherited a food path true inheritance when he was alive. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become a pawn? I would have to risk my life for Langya sect? Tai Chiu attracted the attention of Providence. It is very dangerous. I suspect that Providence has already set up a trap, but did not find me. I am also countered by the immemorial corpses, so I did not lure them. Feng Yuan was very vigilant. In this situation, he would not go to Tai Chiu easily. He wanted to cultivate transformation path. He needed to refine transformation path immortal goo, kill desolate beasts, obtain immortal materials, and so on. But he did not need to do these things personally. Langya's sect was going to Tai Chiu to obtain these things. Feng Yuan only needed to use sect contribution points to make transactions. He would be able to cultivate peacefully in the rear. There was no need to mention danger. There might be a trap set by Providence. Even if there was no trap, Feng Yuan did not intend to delay his cultivation. The world is big, I am the biggest. Feng Yuan had a firm attitude. He had already expected that they would part on bad terms today. I will not work for Langya sect, but I need to take care of my relationship with the land spirit of Langya. The more conflicts like this occur, the worse my relationship with the land spirit of Langya will become. At the extreme, the land spirit of Langya might not be able to tolerate it. He might expel me from the sect or even kill me. Moreover, for the time being, I need to borrow Langya sect's strength. At least for the second earthly calamity, I will need to borrow their water path immortal goo. Feng Yuan thought about it calmly. He analyzed the situation he was in. He had once had a conflict with the previous land spirit of Langya. Their relationship had reached a freezing point. This was a mistake. Feng Yuan was wary of himself. He did not want to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, it is necessary to help out. I am only making use of Langya sect. My goal is to make it easier for me to cultivate. Only by getting stronger and raising my cultivation level is the most reliable thing. Providence could affect all aspects and all living beings. But there was a limit to the extent of its influence. Providence was not like fake will. It could directly participate in the collision of thoughts in the mind and distort the outcome of life. In this aspect, Providence could not compare to fake will. After learning about Providence from Shadow Sect, Feng Yuan knew that Providence was a type of will in essence. Providence was at most an imperceptible influence. Thus, Providence used Feng Yuan as a chess piece. When dealing with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, it did not reveal itself. It plotted for a long time, encircling them step by step, before finally revealing its true intentions. But in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Feng Yuan relied on his half-otherworldly demon intuition to escape Providence's control, leading to the current situation. Thus, the best way to deal with Providence was to raise the Gu Immortals' cultivation level and strengthen themselves. For example, back then, Qizai chased after Feng Yuan because Feng Yuan was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, weaker than him. If Feng Yuan was rank 8, he would not have foolishly chased after him. Similarly, with regards to those cloud beasts, if Feng Yuan had the strength, he could easily exterminate them. But because he was weak, he was forced to run around. Thus, even if the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are a good chance for Providence to eliminate me, I will face them without fear and face them head-on. Every time I pass a calamity or tribulation, I will break through Providence's blockade. I will grow stronger time and time again until I can resist Providence. When I become a demon venerable, I will be invincible in the world. What can Providence do to me? Feng Yuan already understood this in his heart. When he returned to his cloud city, he learned that a hairy man envoy had arrived. Fang Yuan summoned this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. "Lord, my city lord ordered me to deliver this to you," the hairy man Gu master said respectfully. As he spoke, he handed over a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it, but did not open it. He looked at the hairy man envoy in front of him. With just one look, the hairy man Gu master felt a chill in his heart. It was like he was naked, all his hair was stripped off, all his secrets were exposed to the other party. "From today onwards, you will stay here. I will guide you in your enslavement path cultivation," Fang Yuan said slowly. "Thank you for your guidance." The hairy man Gu master immediately knelt on the ground. His body was shaking in excitement. "Leave." Fang Yuan had no interest in this hairy man peak stage rank 5 Gu master. After waving him away, Fang Yuan returned to his room and continued to cultivate. He opened the wooden box. Inside was an immortal Gu. It was none other than rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu. It turned out that a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that their relationship was good and the time was ripe. He asked 12th Hair to borrow his beast enslavement immortal Gu. He was willing to pay with sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Instead, he made another request. Not long ago, he had received a bloodline descendant on the sea continent. 12th Hair and this descendant's grandmother had a history of love, and because this descendant had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to continue nurturing him. And this descendant cultivated enslavement path. 12th Hair wanted Fang Yuan to guide him personally. Fang Yuan had no objections. Honestly speaking, this transaction was more beneficial to him. After all, he had been using less sect contribution points recently. He wanted to save as much as he could. In the immortal aperture, the area of ice and snow had stopped expanding. This meant that the ice and snow Dao marks from the previous earthly calamity had been fully used up. The immortal aperture's transformation was complete. The immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because of the different time flow, a long time had passed since the previous encirclement. The snow monsters relaxed again, so Fang Yuan was facing a wandering snow monster. Beast enslavement immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's thoughts appeared out of thin air. He directly injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal Gu. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, as if it had suffered a formless attack. But soon, it raised its head and roared. It discovered the strength path immortal zombie that was hiding its tracks and charged towards him. Failed retreat. Fang Yuan immediately retreated. Fang Yuan had just recognized the windflowers when the next wave of windflowers attacked again. There were more windflowers this time. There were 40 to 50 of them. Furthermore, the direction of the attacks came from all directions, crashing into Dang Hun Mountain one after another. Dang Hun Mountain's rocks shattered, smoke and dust rose. The shattered rocks were quickly devoured by the surrounding winds. Fang Yuan quickly retreated from the top of the mountain. He gritted his teeth, feeling troubled. In the previous earthly calamity, Providence created a large number of snow monsters, but I can fly, I have the initiative. This time, Providence has learned their lesson. They have changed their tactics and are using windflower tribulation to deal with me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed could not compare to the windflowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Dang Hun Mountain this time, otherwise I would be in trouble without any defenses. Fang Yuan felt very fortunate. Landscape as before. He activated the time path immortal Gu. The countless marks on Dang Hun Mountain disappeared, returning to its original state. However, almost in the next second, the endless wind flowers struck again. shattering layer after layer of the mountain rocks and cutting them into dregs. This will not be good. Using the immortal tribulation tempering aperture earlier consumed more than half of my immortal essence. Although I am temporarily safe, I have expended a large amount of green grape immortal essence. Using this immortal essence to heal Dang Hun Mountain is just prolonging my life. Fang Yuan squinted, thoughts moving rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience. He quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. His body shook as his method burst out. Countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. One of them roared towards the sky, and all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's main body activated Familiar Face. Using the concealment of Myriad Self, he turned into a rock on Dang Hun Mountain. With Change Form Immortal Gu, Familiar Face returned to its original form. It became simple and instantaneous. It was not like the modified version, where Fang Yuan used a large number of Mortal Gu to replace the effect of Change Form Immortal Gu, causing Familiar Face to activate very slowly and could not be used in emergencies. After turning into an inconspicuous rock, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to conceal his aura. Ding ding ding! A large number of wind flowers turned around and attacked the countless Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamities and tribulations' firepower decreased. Dang Hun Mountain's pressure was greatly reduced. In just a moment, Fang Yuan's myriad self-phantoms were all eradicated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan activated myriad self again, creating countless phantoms that carried his aura as he charged out. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind. The phantoms were instantly killed one after another. After 2 to 3 times, Providence saw through Fang Yuan's battle tactic. All of the wind flowers ignored Fang Yuan phantoms. They concentrated their firepower and attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He felt Providence's sinister intentions. Dang Hun Mountain is my greatest source of income. Providence wants to destroy it. They are ruining my future. Fang Yuan was fortunate to have landscape as before. But using landscape as before to heal Dang Hun Mountain could only allow Fang Yuan to maintain the stalemate. It could not change his extremely passive situation. His green grape immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Sword Wave Triple Layered. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to retaliate, but the wind flowers were too fast. His 2 killer moves were not very effective. Especially the Strength Path Giant Hand. Even though it had a grand aura, it flew slowly. It could not hit any wind flowers in the wind. Unless the wind flowers came to kill it personally. Poison Breath. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out. Purple-black poison gas spread along the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers withered rapidly when they came in contact with the poison gas. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Poison Breath was a killer move that he had modified from the Wisdom Path killer move harboring Malicious Heart. Using a woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was rather useless. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it would be so effective when he used it now. Under the effect of the poisonous breath, the wind flowers' ferocious attacks instantly fell to the bottom. The wind also slowed down. A cold light shone on the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky since an unknown time. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shui Yu!" This crescent moon was white as snow. Its white radiance caused the temperature of Dang Hun Mountain to fall. Soon, layers of frost covered the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 1106. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path Dao marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, two desolate beasts were fighting. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier. My strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear Transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path Dao marks. Even though I have Change Form Immortal Goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path Dao marks are resisting Change Form Immortal Goo's influence. Transformation Path Goo Immortals mainly had Transformation Path Dao marks on their bodies. These Dao marks could change into other Dao marks under the influence of Goo worms. Change Form Immortal Goo was the essence of Transformation Path. With it, the Goo Immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. They could all transform. But this Goo only had the form. It needed to be paired with other Goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is in my body. I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombie to train in Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path Dao marks. It is very difficult to use Change Form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear Strength has the amplification of Strength Path Dao marks. The effect is better. Feng Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Dao marks. This was a huge advantage. The boundaries between each path were clear. They were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation, he also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Feng Yuan, the boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like Strength Path Immortal Zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods. They can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Feng Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Feng Yuan had Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Feng Yuan had to return Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spine fin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo, the desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Chapter 1107. Feng Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Providence. Tai Chio seems to be safe, but Providence has already made arrangements. They are just waiting for me to go there. Earlier, when Langya sect was developing in Tai Chio, everything was going smoothly. It was most likely because of Providence's enticement. After that, the falling star hound appeared. It was Providence's probing and pressure. They wanted to use Xianxia sect to force me out. In that case, it's even more impossible for me to go. Maybe Feng Yuan was overthinking things? Maybe Providence was not so resourceful. Maybe Providence did not have the time to make arrangements in Taichio? Feng Yuan thought about this, but he got rid of this wishful thinking. He could live until now because he was vigilant. He did not want to get lucky. Everything should be prepared for the worst. He did not want others to love him. He did not want the world to be kind to him. He did not want fate to favor him. He had to rely on himself. He waited. Feng Yuan calmed down. He waited for jewel yellow skies to open. He had to consider everything. This was the safest and most advantageous method for him. Time continued to pass. Soon, half a month passed. Jewel yellow skies did not show any signs of activity. Sixth hair was jumping around. The hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Feng Yuan was getting worse. Someone even pointed at Feng Yuan's nose, scolding him for having ill intentions, saying that even though he joined Xianxia sect, he was not truly contributing to the sect. I have my own difficulties in all of this. Feng Yuan explained plainly. From then on, he stayed in Cloud City and rarely moved about. He also rarely took on missions to guide hairy man Gu Immortals in battle, because the rewards of this mission were too low due to the land spirit of Xianxia. He could not manage his immortal aperture and was barely proficient in transformation path methods. Feng Yuan did not idle. He used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But there was no light of wisdom. This made Feng Yuan feel a huge difference. The progress of the deduction was rather slow. Compared to the instant results of the light of wisdom, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. What does the attitude of others matter? As long as I join the Xianxia sect. It's not against the sect's rules. Why would Xianxia land spirit violate his own rules first and remove my status as a guest grand elder? The possibility is very small. Feng Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment around him was putting more and more pressure on him, he remained unmoved. 10 days later. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden. The land here was fertile, and the weather was beautiful. Green fields were irrigated by spring water, and the roads were crisscrossed. When Chudu arrived, he looked around and couldn't help but feel much better. He said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Xianxia Xing." As expected of the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world of Northern Plains is already filled with bloodshed, but you are farming here leisurely. You are truly an unworldly expert. In the hundreds of thousands of acres of green fields, there were many figures who were bent over farming. Most of them were Inkmen. They had black skin and white hair. They were a type of variant humans. One of them was a human. He was dressed like an old farmer and had a slightly hunched back. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He had deep wrinkles on his face and his coarse hands were holding 2 peculiar bean sprouts. His trousers were rolled up. He was stepping on the muddy water. He did not have the demeanor of a Gu Immortal. He was like a mortal. But after hearing Chudu's words, he raised his head and stood up. Facing the famous domination immortal of Northern Plains, he did not show any fear or uneasiness. She had a time path injury. Time flowed very quickly. She had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demonis made a scheme to let her sister Su Xianxia infiltrate He tribe, to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xianxia's act turned into reality, she fell in love with He Cheng and gave birth to He Lulon, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Feng Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Feng Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Fang Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan's true inheritance. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to He tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal goo. I can conceal my aura. Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal goo to disguise my identity. I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not move immediately. He tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic. All sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu. There were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianxia, as well as Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tian Du, Shiho, and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Baizu was showing signs of appearing, and old ancestor Shui who was also not willing to be left out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. He felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other. It was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other. If they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Fang Yuan went in now, he might be implicated, no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, dark limit immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while. It could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-autumn cicada had Providence. Spring-autumn cicada had followed Fang Yuan for so long, Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Fang Yuan. Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This advantage was unparalleled. It knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Fang Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for He tribe's situation to clear up a little. He would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Fang Yuan waited patiently, using Lang Yasek's channels to understand the outside world situation. Days passed. The battles surrounding He tribe were getting more and more intense. Countless Gu immortals were involved. They had their own victories and defeats. There were endless schemes and plots. It was like a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to expand, drawing in even more people. This way, the whirlpool itself became even more chaotic. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation. They showed themselves. Of course, there were also people like Fang Yuan. They did not act. Several days later, in Myriad Bean Garden. I have tried my best, but the other party seems to be inside his immortal aperture. There is no result. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia X inside. He had a guilty expression. So that's it. Chu Du showed an unconcealable look of disappointment. However, I have gained something else on my side. Xianxia Xn suddenly changed the topic. What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chu Du was confused. Shortly after, he saw Xianxia Xn return Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at this Immortal Gu and said, "This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple, there is an imprint on it. I have already analyzed this imprint. It is the key to opening an immortal true inheritance." What? There is such a thing? Chu Du was greatly surprised, his heart pounded. Is this Sword Immortal Bo Qing's sword path true inheritance? But this information path true inheritance in front of him was too outstanding. Even a Gu immortal like him who was willing to live a normal life was moved. In that case I was rude. Hearing Chu Du's direct rejection, Xianxia Xian's tone was very dejected, but he still returned Flying Sword Immortal Gu to Chu Du. This rank 7 sword path Immortal Gu was only a crucial clue for the deduction. It was not Chu Du's payment to Xianxia Xian. Of course, Chu Du asked Xianxia Xian to deduce for him. The payment was very generous. This deduction did not achieve Brother Chu's goal. According to the rules, I will return half of the payment. Xianxia Xian looked at Flying Sword Immortal Gu being kept in his immortal aperture by Chu Du. He sighed and said. Chu Du shook his head and laughed. No need, even though I did not achieve my goal, I did not leave empty-handed. Brother Tian is indeed the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. The payment was worth it. I will take my leave now. Chu Du was known as the Domination Immortal, but he was not arrogant to the point where he did not know how to behave. Xianxia Xian was one of the few wisdom path great experts in Northern Plains. He might need his help in the future. How could Chu Du let go of this relationship so easily? Xianxia Xian hesitated. However, Chu Du had already left. He did things swiftly and decisively, very straightforward and efficient. When he left, he was actually very happy. The rank 7 flying sword itself could attract a Gu immortal's attention. Now that there was an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Feng Yuan would not give up no matter how he thought about it. This way, he had a higher chance of blackmailing Feng Yuan. The method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, I must obtain it. The fire in Chu Du's heart burned intensely. Xianxia Xian looked at Chu Du's departing figure as he sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else, he might have tried to snatch it. But the other party was the Domination Immortal. Chu Du only cultivated Strength Path, while Xianxia Xian cultivated Wisdom Path, but Xianxia Xian could not muster the courage to deal with Chu Du's Strength Path was declining, but Wisdom Path had always been noble and rare. But since ancient times, there had never been a path to decide who was stronger. There was only the strongest Gu Immortal. There was no strongest Gu Worm or path. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, Gu worms were just tools. Time passed, Northern Plains was in a turbulent situation. The encirclement around He Tribe was gradually closing in. Like Feng Yuan had guessed, He Tribe was fighting against the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world alone. How could they have any chance of winning? Even though He Tribe's Gu immortals resisted intensely, they were still losing time and time again. The bloody aura of battle and the huge benefits that He Tribe represented attracted more and more hyenas and vicious sharks. When you become an immortal one day, Grandpa will give these resources to you. The old Gu immortal said. The young man was moved, but said worriedly, Grandpa, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. If you attack He Tribe's important place, what if you lose your life? The young man spoke bluntly, but the elderly Gu immortal did not get angry. He instead smiled and reminded his grandson. More than 10 days ago, He Tribe's Gu immortals had already holed up in their headquarters. Right now, there are no Gu immortals guarding He Tribe's important places outside. He Tribe's Gu immortals are not here. What if there are other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear yesterday that even an old demon like Pai Shuehan appeared? The young man was still worried. You don't understand. The elderly Gu immortal was confident. Gushing Spring Forest might be He Tribe's important place, but compared to the others, it is the lowest. An old demon like Pai Shuehan would not be interested in this place. The super forces closest to He Tribe are Lu Tribe, Guan Tribe, and Yao Tribe. We cannot snatch the resources from these 3 tribes. We will not attack those places that are too close to He Tribe's headquarters. Those important treasure lands are being fought over by experts. We will not be able to get them. Even if we watch from the outside, we might lose our lives. Thus, Gushing Spring Forest is the most suitable choice for us. So that's it. The young man realized at once. Wind blew, the grandfather and grandson got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the elderly Gu immortal's expression changed. He heard the sounds of intense battle. Oh no! The elderly Gu immortal's expression sank as he flew into the sky. Right now, the sun was shining brightly, the sunlight was scorching hot. Gushing Spring Forest entered the grandfather and grandson's vision, but they found that this place was already in a chaotic battle. The originally paradise-like Gushing Spring Forest was now in a mess. It was extremely chaotic. Spring water splashed everywhere, and explosions could be heard endlessly. At a glance, close to 10 Gu immortals were involved. At once, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they could think of, others had already thought of. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were gathering and it was raining. Two groups of people were facing each other in the sky above this ordinary grassland. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. 3 Guan tribe Gu immortals, 2 Lu tribe Gu immortals. The atmosphere was not heavy. Instead, the leaders of the two sides were talking enthusiastically. If it weren't for the unsuitable weather, it would have been a tea party to reminisce about the past. Lord Third Supreme Elder, our side has the advantage. Why don't we take this chance and occupy this place? On Guan tribe's side, Gu immortal Guan Shin Zhao finally lost his patience and transmitted his voice. Last time in Tai Chiu, we did not have a clear victor. Let's spar this time. Pai Shuihan actually challenged him. Free Scholar's smile faded a little. I heard that Brother Pai comprehended a new immortal killer move. I want to see it. All sorts of scenes were reflected in the eyes of the righteous path Gu immortals. Because of the demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels gained the upper hand. No matter. Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a unique structure. It is famous for raising desolate beast iron crown eagles. The land here is sparse, but the sky is vast and tall. It is large at the top and small at the bottom. The truly valuable things are still in the spherical wooden eagle nest in the sky. A bunch of mobs. Hey, tribes Gu immortals have not even appeared. They have not even touched the true core resources, but they have already fallen out. The righteous path Gu immortals were restless. Right at this time, a figure flew down like lightning. He was so fast, in an instant he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. A junior from Nian Air tribe. I think he is called Nian Air Pingji. The righteous path Gu immortals were shocked. This person had been hiding in the sky. He had not communicated with them earlier. Who is it? In the blessed land, Qing Xianxia sensed something. He raised his head and shouted. A sword light flashed. It was too fast to cover one's ears. Qing Xianxia's head fell to the ground. Chapter 11-13. Even though Qing Xianxia only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had passed one heavenly tribulation. He could not resist it at all. Nian Air Pingji killed him on the spot. At once, the expressions of the righteous path Gu immortals changed. Qing Xianxia's head fell to the ground, separated from his body. Blood spewed out of the headless corpse as it twitched. Qing Xianxia died with a grievance. His eyes were still wide open. Nian Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward with a shocking aura. The next to die is you. Nian Air Pingji said plainly, his voice resounding in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path Gu immortal. But Nian Air Pingji was already exposed. This commotion attracted attention. Thus, this demonic path Gu immortal situation was better than Qin Xianzi. He quickly retreated. But Nian Er Pingji still caught up to him and killed him. The righteous path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan suddenly smiled looking at the sky. Nian Er Fu, this is the new sword son of your Nian Er tribe? Smoke burst out. A fat voice could be heard from within the smoke. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he looked very young, like a fat boy of 5 or 6 years old. The fat boy chuckled. He looked around the righteous path as he said in an old tone, I am ashamed, ashamed. After this lad obtained the sword Saint True inheritance, he was restrained by my first supreme elder for 10 years. Coming out this time has made him crazily excited. Lu Zhuanshan and the rest's expressions changed again. They transmitted secretly. Nian Er Sword Saint. We were just discussing earlier, this person is a rank 8 Gu immortal of Nian Er tribe. His historical status is like He Fan of He tribe. He led Nian Er tribe to become the leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. Nian Er Sword Saint was a legend. He once cultivated light path. Later on, he successfully converted to sword path. After his death, he left behind the sword Saint True inheritance, but because of the dangerous test, there are very few inheritors. I heard that this sword Saint True inheritance has 3 rounds, split into 3 parts. After passing the first round, one will obtain the first part of the sword Saint True inheritance. They will be called Sword Son. I didn't expect that after more than 300 years, the 92 family would have another true Sword Son. The righteous path Gu immortals felt vigilance rising in their hearts. If this child was allowed to develop, he would become the future leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. There must be his active figure. If he could advance further and reach rank 7 and pass the second round, he would inherit the second part of the true inheritance and become a true inheritance swordmaster. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world would dare to look down on him. In fact, the rank 6 Sword Son was no longer someone to be underestimated. How long had it been? He had actually killed another demonic path Gu immortal. Nian Er Pingji let out a long roar. He was in high spirits. His speed was extremely fast. He became one with his sword. Only sword rays could be seen, but his figure could not be seen. The sword light deflected. Then it pounced towards the nearest demonic path Gu immortal. The sword light pierced this demonic path Gu immortal's body, but he smiled coldly. Junior, I killed a few weaklings. Have you become so audacious and arrogant to the point of challenging this old man? Old Monster Corpse Poison said. A purple mist rose up from the terrifying injuries on his body. The purple mist dissipated. His healed body was revealed. In contrast, Nian Er Pingji's sword light dissipated, revealing his staggering figure. Everyone saw Nian Er Pingji now. He was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Chapter 11:14. The fourth. Peacock flying immortal He Ru captured another Iron Crown Eagle. She was very happy. Desolate beasts were not ordinary. In the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains, desolate beasts were everywhere, but few Gu immortals would go to these places. Moreover, wild Iron Crown Eagles and those raised by He tribe had a huge difference in battle strength. Adding on Peacock flying immortal's tactics, she had great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles alive. He tribe raises Iron Crown Eagles. They are famous in Northern Plains. They are indeed amazing. I wonder how they nurture so many Iron Crown Eagles? He Ru sighed to herself, looking at the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. The 4 captured by He Ru were nothing compared to the entire flock of eagles. Strange. He tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared at all. Even if I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, are they not going to do anything? He Ru was still very vigilant. She was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. Whistling sounds could be heard. A figure charged towards the eagle group with the momentum of wind and lightning. Hirua's pupils shrunk, recognizing the person. This is New Air Gu. Heh, looks like he is going to suffer. New Air Gu came from New Air tribe. The latter also had Huang Jin bloodline, a super force. New Air Gu had a large stomach and head, his body was not symmetrical, his eyes were protruding out, his limbs were thin like twigs, his skin was pale like a sick person, without any color of blood. But one could not judge a book by its cover. He was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert. He was on par with the demonic path's free scholar and Pai Shuihan. New Air Gu's attack. This angered the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. At once, over 100 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Air Gu was shocked. He did not expect himself to attract so much hatred. The Eagle group flew over, casting a heavy shadow that covered New Air Gu's vision. In the midst of danger, New Air Gu quickly activated his tribe's signature immortal killer move. His stomach suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by 5 to 6 times, making New Air Gu look like a pregnant woman. New Air Gu stretched out his hands, slapping his stomach. Boom! With a loud sound wave, the eagle group's charge slowed down. Boom boom boom. There were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the sound waves came one after another. The eagle group's momentum was hindered even further. The dense formation became uneven. New Air Gu let out a strange cry, and the surrounding Iron Crown eagles suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he hurriedly flew through the gaps in the flock of eagles and finally escaped the encirclement of the eagles. After chasing for a while, the flock of eagles returned to the sky. New Air Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at the sky. His stomach had gone down, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. A teasing voice came from the side. New Air Gu, why are you in such a sorry state? New Air Gu followed the voice and saw that the person was over 8 feet tall, with scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, purple hair, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. New Air Gu snorted coldly. Don't be sarcastic, Guan Chou. He had guts. You should do the same thing as me. Guan Chou sneered. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm not as stupid as you. New Air Gu was enraged. He glared at Guan Chou, his eyes spewing fire. Guan Chou sneered and looked at him fearlessly. New Air Gu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert. He cultivated sound path. And Guan Chou was not weaker than him. He cultivated transformation path. These 2 were Gu immortals from New Air clan and Guan clan respectively. Their background and forces were about the same. As expected of a famous expert, even though he is in a sorry state, he is completely unharmed. Hirua saw this scene and quickly retracted her gaze. Chapter 11:15. With this interruption, Hirua suppressed the poison and escaped, regaining her life. Nian Er Pingji's body was tattered, one of his arms was rotten to the point only white bones were left, his face was covered in purple chi, he was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying in a calm and arrogant tone, "Before the victor is decided, I cannot leave." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious. There was a trace of regret in his anger. How did he offend such a lunatic? Which sword child in history is not a lunatic? But this one here is even crazier. Far away, Nian Er Fu shook his head, waving his chubby hand. An Iron Crown eagle cried out in fear, flapping its wings as it tried to escape. But the power of Space Path was activated, the Iron Crown eagle vanished into thin air, entering Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Old Monster Corpse Poison attacked Nian Er Pingji ruthlessly, but he placed most of his attention on Nian Er Fu. Nian Er Pingji only had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of Sword Saint's true inheritance, he could not match a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Er Pingji was able to survive until now because of Nian Er Fu's help from afar. This Nian Er Fu was a Space Path Gu immortal, He had unfathomable cultivation level and countless methods. He plundered resources and made a huge profit, while protecting Nian Er Pingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret as he fought. There was a great opportunity in front of him, but he was fighting with a Gu immortal, allowing countless resources to be taken away by others. Old Monster Corpse Poison had been famous for many years. He had a huge background. He had once joined a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch as a living person before betraying them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had tried to capture him but failed repeatedly. As Nian Er Pingji fought against Old Monster Corpse Poison, his fighting spirit soared. No matter how pathetic he was, he had already become famous. From now on, the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world would know that Nian Er tribe had such a person with incredible potential. Actually, if it were other super forces Gu immortals, they would not offend a demonic path Gu immortal like this. But Nian Er tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline super tribe was different from other Huangjin tribes. Their clansmen lived in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. In this way, he had less to worry about. Even if the demonic path Gu immortals wanted to attack, it would also be very difficult for him to succeed. After all, there were very few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if they managed to enter, they would lose a lot of advantages in the opponent's home ground. Youth is truly beautiful. Nian Er Fu sighed. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his appearance was that of a chubby little boy. The combination of the two was very strange. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison knew how terrifying he was. In just a short period of time, Nian Er Fu had already made dozens of moves. Not only did he save Nian Er Pingji's life, he also successfully ambushed Old Monster Corpse Poison a few times. After capturing a few more Iron Crown Eagles, the road in front of Nian Er Fu's eyes was clear. A huge spherical wooden eagle nest was floating steadily in the air. There was nothing to guard against. I've long heard that He tribe has a unique rearing method. They can use all kinds of metals, ores and other immortal materials to increase the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction rate and speed up their growth. What rare ores and immortal materials are inside this eagle nest? Nian Er Fu was about to move when his expression froze. But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He tribe's first supreme elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu immortal, He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, in the discussion hall of He tribe, the immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, He tribe's Gu immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. He tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains immortals. It is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, "But He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter, it involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate time path, I can use it as a reference. Chudu does not care about it. I already know the location of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting Hei Fan's true inheritance. Even Hei tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. Hei tribe's first supreme elder heard this and was extremely shocked. The location of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 supreme elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret? Realizing this, Hei tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill down his spine, his body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. I have failed in my task, I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me. What sin did you commit? Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at Hei tribe's first supreme elder with a faint smile. Hei tribe's first supreme elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus, he switched to another topic. In this battle in Hei tribe, we predicted that Feng Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Feng Yuan. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Feng Yuan did not come. It is a pity. Chapter 1134. Both sides did not fight for long, but Feng Jun already wanted to retreat. Feng Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 blood path Gu immortal, Zheng Tuo, and then charged forward twice. Using the most accurate battle tactic, he immediately gained the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not a fool. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew he was in danger. It was a wise decision for him to retreat. In a battle between Gu immortals, it was a battle of wits and strength. Third sister has lost control of her emotions. He Cheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal. The two of us rank 6s are not his match. We should gather with the other Gu immortals and surround and kill him with old immortal Chen Qi as the leader. Feng Jun thought of this and immediately retreated. He activated an immortal killer move. An auspicious cloud appeared around him, carrying him and Zhou Min as they escaped towards the left. "What are you doing?" "Second brother, let me kill him, let me kill him." Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He tightened his grip on Zhou Min as he said, "Don't move, I am pulling away to create an opportunity for your farsight weapon light." Zhou Min heard this and her body shook. She exclaimed excitedly, "Good idea." She concentrated as she stared at Feng Yuan. As the distance increased, farsight weapon light became stronger. Feng Yuan's defensive pressure rose rapidly. Feng Yuan looked at the auspicious cloud below the two immortals as he smiled nonchalantly. He did not chase them. He suddenly flew down and landed on the ground, picking up Zheng Tuo's corpse that was split into two and placing it into the sovereign immortal aperture. "Evil thief! Put down my brother's corpse!" Zhou Min screamed. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Yuan's actions were truly despicable. Not only did he kill Zheng Tuo, he did not even spare his corpse. How could he let it go? The Dao marks of this rank 7 blood path Gu immortal would be a huge boost to Feng Yuan's foundation. Let's see. Together with Zheng Tuo's words, Feng Yuan had already killed 4 Gu immortals. Annexing immortal apertures was troublesome. The conditions were harsh, but the Dao mark gains were huge. Ordinary Gu immortals have their own Dao marks restricting each other. Only by killing someone of the same sect could one absorb the Dao marks. Otherwise, the losses would often outweigh the gains. However, my sovereign immortal physique is different. Dao marks do not affect each other. How wonderful! After killing any Gu immortal, they could absorb their Dao marks and increase their foundation. From the looks of it, this is undoubtedly a good way to increase my strength. At this moment, Feng Yuan had a new understanding. This sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to use this to revive. If he really succeeded and his main body was reborn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured countless souls in the door of life and death. He had immeasurable cultivation experience. Secondly, the realms of his various sects were basically at the great grandmaster level. Finally, he had the help of the remaining forces of the Shadow sect. Once he had this new starting point, he would probably have to imitate his previous life, killing in all directions. When he killed Gu immortals, he could annex their immortal apertures. It could also absorb Dao marks. The speed of his growth was simply unimaginable. It would definitely surpass anyone's imagination. Unlike Feng Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was difficult to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb Dao marks most often. Feng Yuan stuffed Zheng Tuo's corpse into his immortal aperture. This scene caused Zhou Min's eyes to almost split open, and she was enraged. Feng Jun did not speak. He felt grief and indignation in his heart, but he was more relieved. It seems that He Cheng does not have a powerful movement method. Maybe he is using the upper extreme heavenly eagle as his mode of transportation. But this immemorial desolate beast has not matured yet. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not release it because he was worried that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be killed by farsight weapon light. Feng Jun's heart relaxed a little. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Feng Yuan had activated Sword Escape. His body was like a sword as he flew into the sky. His speed was so fast that Feng Jun and Zhou Min were speechless. How can he be so fast? Zhou Min was shocked and furious. So this is his true speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out of his throat. His movement method was simply useless. In a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan got closer again. The cold killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's soul. Immortal killer move, past movement. At the crucial moment he had to use his life-saving method again. With a huge force, the previous scene happened again. Feng Yuan was pushed back again. Third time he. Feng Yuan noted in his heart, he did not feel defeated even though he had failed 3 times. Zhou Min woke up. She was shocked by Feng Yuan's speed earlier. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her anger was replaced by fear. Let's go. This person is too strong. Let's regroup with the others first. Zhou Min called out. Feng Jun heard this and felt relieved. With Zhou Min's help, the two's speed increased again as they escaped rapidly. Feng Yuan chased after them, attacking again and again. But each time, Feng Jun's past movement killer move destroyed him. After chasing for a while, 2 Gu immortals appeared ahead. They were those 2 lone Gu immortals who usually lived alone. One was called Xianxia, the other was called Gaomi. Persevere, we are coming. The 2 immortals were also flying, quickly meeting up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Feng Yuan observed their expressions. Seeing that they were not surprised, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used some information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals while escaping. Hey Cheng, you are so daring, you dare to harm us in Heifan Grotto Heaven. You will die today. Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping. They turned around to face Feng Yuan. Young Master He Qing, you killed Sister Wan Yun. Did Ancestor also get poisoned by you? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lu. After activating the bright light warning method, Chen Lu went to find Feng Yuan, but by then, Feng Yuan had already left to receive Zheng Tuo and the other 2 immortals. Chen Lu could not find Feng Yuan. She was at a loss, not knowing what to do. She did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move. She hid in the palace for a while until she received Feng Jun's report. Chapter 1136. When refining immortal goo, primeval essence was not enough. Immortal essence was needed. At this time, Feng Yuan raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He thought about it and directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this goo on the spot. The brass bell heavenly spirit had no reaction. Feng Yuan could not tell what it was thinking from the surface. After all, it was a bell, it was not a human, it was a beast. The refinement process was very smooth. This rank 7 immortal goo that looked like an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated instead. But it was still rank 7. Feng Yuan expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. Right now, my green grape immortal essence reserves are low again. Feng Yuan reminded himself. This time, he had used up a lot of green grape immortal essence to inherit Heifan's true inheritance. It was mainly due to the expenditure in battle. Even though he had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, the other immortal goo like Sword Escape and Flying Sword were all rank 7. Sword Path immortal killer moves also used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. Even though the battle was not intense, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was not small. It seems that I need to quickly increase my immortal essence reserves when I return. Otherwise, I will have no confidence. After a while, Feng Yuan successfully refined this rank 7 immortal goo, keeping it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the light wall. The shadow at the bottom was too small, so Feng Yuan left it at the end. He stretched his hand into the light wall, taking out the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Feng Yuan touched it for the first time, he was stimulated. This shadow was very cold. Feng Yuan took it out. It was indeed a block of ice. On the upper half of the ice layer, a goo worm was sealed. Naturally, Feng Yuan's attention was attracted to it. Even though it was sealed in ice, there was no aura. But Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. He recognized this immortal goo, Your goo. It looked like a ladybug. It was thumb-sized and was black in color. But there were golden markings on its back. The golden markings were very dazzling, shining with light. The markings depicted a wild beast opening its mouth and roaring. Its sharp teeth left a deep impression. As for what wild beast it was, but it wasn't clear. Your goo. Feng Yuan sighed. This was a very famous time path immortal goo. Feng Yuan had a deep impression of him, because it was unique. By expending immortal materials, goo immortals could continuously parallel refine a year goo. Tempering and reverse tempering were the mainstream of the refinement path. Parallel tempering was relatively rare. A goo worm that could be refined horizontally. It was also relatively rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal year goo were all below 10 years. There were 1 year goo, 2 year goo, 5 year goo and so on. When year goo reached rank 6, it would become an immortal goo, unique in the world. Rank 6 year goo had at least 10 years. 10-year immortal level year goo could be refined with other immortal materials. The refined year goo could become 20-year goo, 38-year goo, and so on. The highest was a 99-year goo. 100-year goo was rank 7. To refine a 10-year goo into a 100-year goo, it was not parallel refinement, but an upgrade refinement. The difficulty and failure rate of leveling up was tens of times, maybe even hundreds of times more than leveling up. 1,000-year goo was rank 8. According to this theory, 10,000-year goo was rank 9. However, there had never been a 10,000-year goo in history. But rank 8,000-year goo had existed before. The usage of year goo. It was very special. It would reduce the number of years according to the goo immortal's usage and quantity. For example, 50-year goo, after being used once,